to the staff. I will now bow to my right and to my left.
Recording in progress.
Delegates, can I please request that we observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation? Thank you very much. Before we proceed, I would like to remind you of the following. The virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. The place of the sitting is deemed to be Cape Town, where the seat of the National Council of Provinces is. Delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present. Delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, and they should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless they are speaking. The interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of executive, special delegates, and SALGA reps are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Anyone who wants to speak must use the raise hand function, and any delegate who wishes to raise a point of order should, in accordance with Rule 69.3, indicate in terms of which rules he or she is rising. I have been informed that there will be no notices or motions without notices of motions or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to the first order, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Public Enterprises, the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, all MECs and all permanent and special delegates. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the first order. And the first order is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, amendments to regulations for approval in terms of Section 97(2) of the Child Justice Act 2008. I will now call on the Honorable M.B. Bartlett, member of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee report. Honorable Bartlett, you've got 10 minutes to present the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, good afternoon to Ministers, Deputies, and their colleagues. Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the amendments and regulations for approval in terms of Section 97.2 of the Justice Act, Child Justice Act number 75 of 2008, reports as follows. Firstly, the amendments to regulations was tabled on the 24th of March 2022 and referred to the Select Committee for consideration and report. Secondly, Section 97.1 of the Child Justice Act 75 of 2008 empowers the Minister to make regulations after consultation where appropriate of Cabinet members responsible for social development, safety and security, education, correctional services, and the health. Thirdly, in terms of Section 97.2 of the Act, the regulations must be referred to Parliament for approval. Fourthly, the committee received a briefing from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development on 20 April 2022. Honorable Chairperson, in 2019, this House considered and passed amendments to the Child Justice Act, and it is important to reflect on those amendments to provide context to the passing of the regulations before the House today. The Child Justice Amendment Act's primary objective is to amend the Child Justice Act 75 of 2008 in order to increase the minimum age of criminal capacity of a child, to remove the requirement to prove criminal capacity for purposes of diversion and preliminary inquiries, and to provide for consequential amendments. Chairperson, one of the key features of the Child Justice Act is that it provides for minimum age of criminal capacity of children. Children are presumed to know the difference between right and wrong, and to act in accordance with that knowledge. Chairperson, the key aim, therefore, of the Child Justice Amendment Act was to increase the age of criminal capacity of children from the age of 10 to 12 years, so as be in line with South Africa's international obligations. South Africa ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child in the African Charter and thereby incurred various obligations regarding the treatment of children, including children in conflict with the law. States parties like South Africa were encouraged to increase the minimum age of criminal capacity. 12 years is an absolute minimum and to continue to increase to a higher age level. It is in line with this obligation that the committee and this House agreed to increase the age of criminal capacity from 10 years to 12 years and noted that the department would review the age within 5 years again, Chair. Hence, Honourable Chairperson, the necessity to amend the regulations to align them with the changes brought about by the Child Justice Amendment Act of 2019. The proposed amendments to the regulations are largely consequential and include the increase of minimum age of criminal capacity from 10 years to 12 years. Secondly, the rebutable presumption is retained to children who are older than 12 years but younger than 14 years. The manner of dealing with a child, depending on the age of the child, from the time of arrest to assessment, preliminary inquiry, and until trial at the Child Justice Court. The removal of the requirement that prosecutors must consider the cognitive ability of children when determining whether or not to prosecute a child, since they are not equipped to do so. Honourable Chairperson, that the criminal capacity of the child will only be addressed during a plea and trial in Child Justice Court and not during the preliminary inquiry and for diversion purposes. Honourable Chairperson, sixthly, to prohibit a magistrate to dispense with a pre-sentence report where the court may impose a sentence involving compulsory residence in a child and youth care center or imprisonment, and other technical amendments. Honourable Chair, the department reported that amendment regulations were developed in consultation with the representatives of the various institutions which form part of the Intersectoral Committee for Child Justice. To establish in terms of Section 94, the Act includes the following departments: the Directors General of Justice and Constitutional Development, who is the chairperson of the committee, Social Development, Basic Education, Health, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, the National Commissioners of the South African Police Services and Correctional Services. 11, as required by Section 97.1 of the Act. Consultations with the cabinet members responsible for social development, safety and security, education, correctional services, and health took place. Consultation also took place on a continuous basis with senior officials of the relevant departments. Honourable Chairperson, the Amendment Act has not yet come into operation, as in the stage that the draft regulations will come into operation on the same date. Therefore, until Parliament has approved the amendments to the regulations, a commencement date for Amendment Act cannot be determined. A commencement date for Amendment Act, it is, however, in the stage that Amendment Act and the draft regulations are put into operation not later than the 30th of June 2022. These regulations are important in terms of ensuring that children in conflict with the law are treated fairly at all times, and it is with this in mind that the committee agreed to the amendment of the regulations and to ensure alignment with the Child Justice Amendment Act. Honourable Chairperson, the Select Committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces approve the amendments to regulations for approval in terms of Section 97.2 of the Child Justice Act 2008, Act number 75 of 2008. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Delegate. I will now put the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. But before we proceed to the voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province that want to make a declaration of vote? If there is none, we will proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the report be agreed to. And I will call on provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape? Eastern Cape? Eastern Cape?
State Council report.
Eastern Cape supports the report.
Thank you. Free State?
Free State votes in favor of the report, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Free State. Gauteng?
Gauteng votes in favor, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Gauteng. KwaZulu-Natal?
Chairperson, Ms. Bibi is away in Eastern Cape. She's not got access to internet, so you've got boring me here. I vote on behalf of KZN for the report, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Karim. Thank you. Limpopo? Limpopo?
Chairperson, Limpopo votes in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Shaik. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you. Mpumalanga? Why don't I get your name now? Northern Cape?
Northern Cape vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northwest? Thank you, Northern Cape. Northwest? Northwest?
Northwest in favor, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. You mustn't do that again. Western Cape?
Western Cape votes in favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Labuschagne. The voting is now closed. All the provinces voted in favor of this report, and I therefore declare it agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Honorable Delegates. We will now proceed to the second and the third orders. The second and the third orders is consideration of report of joint standing committees on the financial management of Parliament. ATC reports 7 March 2022. Page 3, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa's 2021-2022 mid-year performance dated 4 March 2022. And then now the third order, consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, ATC report 6 June 2022, page 5, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa's 2021-2022 third quarter report dated 3rd June 2022. I will now call on the Honorable G.G. Mahlangu, co-chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee, to present the committee reports. Over to you, Honorable Mahlangu. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Let me greet the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the NCOP, the chief whip of the majority party, special delegates, ministers and deputy ministers, MECs, honorable members, Agwande. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, thank you for affording me the opportunity to table the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament on the midterm performance of Parliament for the year 2021-22 and the third quarter report for the same period. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I think it will be of crucial importance to firstly remind this August House that the 2021-22 financial year is the first financial year to implement the 6th Parliament Strategic Plan. Therefore, the 2 previous quarters of this financial year assessed the Parliament's performance in implementing the APP, which is derived from the 6th Parliament Strategic Plan. This midterm report is also derived from the revised APP, which is aligned to 6th Parliament Strategic Plan. The 6th Parliament Strategic Plan changes significantly from the 5th Parliament Strategic Plan, starting with the change in the budget performance structure of Parliament up to the change on how the performance of Parliament is measured. It currently consists of 3 budget programs as we speak, as compared to the 5 budget programs which the Parliament used to have in the 5th Parliament. Honourable Chairperson, it further measures its performance by using the client satisfaction model rather than the conventional way, which was informed by the framework of the strategic plan and annual performance plan published by the Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation, as I indicated earlier this week. Honourable Chairperson, in spite of what I have just alluded to above, at the end of the period under review, the Parliament has spent 1.88 billion rands, or 45% of its annual allocation of 2.6 billion rands. It is projected that the institution will underspend its annual budget by about 13.9 million rands at the end of the financial year, mainly due to the underspending in relation to permit. It is important to note that the majority of funds were spent in produce, amongst others, 442 committee minutes produced within prescribed 3 days, 82 committee reports produced within standard 8 days period, 30 committee reports on bills before National Assembly and National Council of Provinces, and 29 oversight visits undertaken. Bills before the National Assembly and National Council of Provinces I beg your pardon, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, for the period under review that is on the table, there were no serious issues identified from the performance of Parliament. This might be due to what I have highlighted before, that this is the first financial year implementing the APP derived from the strategic plan of the 6th Parliament. Therefore, most of the information presented is new without any historical data for comparison. For example, 2 out of 3 budget programs are new without any historical information. Also, there is a new model which is currently used to measure the performance of Parliament. As such, the Parliament performance is at 100%. It achieved all 11 performance targets it set to achieve during this period. In spite of the above, Honourable Chairperson and members, the committee has noted some few concerns. Firstly, the committee knows with concern the written reports regarding the recently required broadcast studio, especially the fact that the studio will require approximately 30 million rands in funding over the next 3 years, which is currently not budgeted. In light of Parliament's budgetary constraints and the slow pace of resolving the challenges, the committee is concerned that it may not be possible to make use of this facility and reap the benefits as envisaged. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, we have learned through Parliament reports that it is restructuring, and that organizational realignment project was progressing as planned, and that phase 2 was underway. The committee has to take note of that and be briefed in detail on what is this project entails and its implementation plan so far. Therefore, it is in this regard, the committee recommended that it has to be furnished with a detailed report containing the reasons and objectives for such restructuring and financial implications of such projects. Lastly, Honourable Chairperson, the committee remains concerned that there are no performance indicators under Programme 3, especially given the serious challenges raised by members relating to poor service they received on this programme. While the committee has noted the explanation that as the matter provided for under this program relate to inputs and not items against which Parliament was required to perform. It is unconvinced that performance could not be measured. As such, the committee has requested to be provided with a detailed clarification of how the performance of those responsible for delivering or facilitating the services that fall under Program 3 are measured. Honorable Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, reporting on both financial and non-financial performance is important in measuring the performance of this institution. While financial information, meaning the expenditure and revenue, is critical for determining the costs and efficiency of programs or object or activities, non-financial information is equally important for assessing progress towards achieving predetermined service delivery or performance targets. Thus, quarterly assessment of performance targets assist in tracking of ongoing performance of the Parliament. Furthermore, Honorable Chairperson, reporting on performance targets on a quarterly basis provides progress on the implementation of the Parliament's plan with particular reference to monitoring delivery against the specific quarterly performance. Therefore, this midterm report serves as one of our oversight instruments used to oversee Parliament in achieving its plans, thereby achieving its broad objectives. In view of these, or in view of the above, the committee is classified with Parliament having performance target, which only tracks its performance on an annual basis. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, it deprives us to monitor progress as far as achieving such performance targets. Therefore, all performance targets should be broken or measured on a quarterly basis. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, in respect of the third quarter report, I draw your attention again to the strategic priorities to strengthen oversight and to enhance public involvement in Parliament's activities. Parliament's achievements to strengthen oversight by enhancing research and legal support and improved members' capacity to effectively and efficiently execute their oversight responsibilities. The public involvement has been enhanced by ensuring openness and accountability by the executive government through the optimal use of social media and participation in Parliament visual meetings. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, on the onset, I must say, Parliament scored 76% on the member satisfaction survey. The organizational realignment project is in second phase, of which the peer review analysis and design work were completed for risk and compliance, strategy management, legal services, and research services. However, the organizational realignment slow progress is the matter of concern. The committee, therefore, should receive a detailed report on it, outlining the reasons for delay for implementation. The committee noted that vacant positions cannot be filled pending the implementation of the organizational realignment. Honorable Chairperson, in this regard, as a matter of urgency, the organizational realignment should be finalized as soon as possible. Deputy Chairperson, on the financial performance, Parliament had spent approximately 1.8 billion rands, or 68% of the annual budget of 2.7 billion rands. Parliament intends to utilize all savings from the programs to refurbish some minor damages as a result of the fire incident, which occurred in January 2022. The compensation of members' allocation of 120.7 million rands had been overspent by approximately 370,000 rands in the third quarter. However, Parliament management indicated that the overspending on members' compensation will be offset by the National Revenue Fund as per the provisions of Section 23, subsection 4 of the FMPPLA. Honorable Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, the spending on compensation of employees amounts to 278.6 million rands of the third quarter budget of 316.6 million rands. Therefore, the underspending of 1.2 million rands on compensation of employees was projected to underspend the annual budget at the end of the financial year. The underspending may be attributed to the vacant positions, but we know that has been progress or movement of some kind. The Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management on Parliament noted success in the third quarter by Parliament. However, the upgrading project of the various chambers, which was in progress at the end of the third quarter, have been affected and hindered by the fire incident in the precinct of Parliament. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the committee observed that the relationship between the South African Police Services and the Parliament Protection Services is informal and resulted in breaching the security measures. As far as the security enhancement is concerned, Parliament should stop the project of security enhancement until the head of security is appointed in order that the competent security expert ensure that Parliament security needs are attended sufficiently. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, lastly, let me say that the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management on Parliament noted that there were many vacant positions, especially at the senior management level. Therefore, the committee should receive a quarterly update on filling of critical vacancies, in particular of the senior management. Let me also take this opportunity as I close, Deputy Chairperson, to thank the support staff who are working hard, very hard behind the scene, members of the committee who are always available and compromising their times and made it possible for us to steer the ship smoothly. Mahlangu, Mahlangu, wenzile wenkosi, bayete, siyathokoza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlangu. And thank you, delegates. I will now put the question in respect of the second order. In the question is that the report be agreed to. But before we proceed to the voting in respect of the second order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. Provinces can indicate whether they want to make declarations of vote. Yes, if there is none, we shall now proceed to the voting on the question in respect of the second order. And the question is that the report be agreed to. I will now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, I pass the report.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Free State?
Free State votes in favor, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ntsume. Gauteng?
Gauteng in favor, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador. KwaZulu-Natal?
KZN in support, thank you.
Yes, get the boring man, please speak up.
Sorry. I told you I don't have the charisma and the style of my leader, so you stuck with me.
Thank you very much.
So don't blame me, Chairperson. Blame my leader. Okay, so we support fully KZN. The entire KZN supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Limpopo. Limpopo. Limpopo.
Limpopo agrees, Chair.
Thank you. Limpopo. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Audrey Malika. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape. Sorry, Honorable Chair. Northern Cape support the report, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Bartlett. Northwest.
Northwest support, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Thank you, Honorable Abskachni. The voting is now closed. All the provinces have voted in favor of the report, and we therefore declare it agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We will now call for declaration of votes on the third order, and we shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. In the absence of any, we shall proceed to the voting on the question. Yes, Honorable Agni. Yes, you.
A declaration on the third order.
On the third order, yes. The third order.
Did you call for a declaration on the third order or on the second order?
The second order was finished.
Yes.
We start the third order.
Okay, so will there be a report or did you call for a declaration?
She have reported. She finished the first report.
Was the second order?
Yes, there was.
Yes.
Now she gave a report on the. Let me take you a little bit back. Let me take the second order. I want to go to both orders. The second order was on the mid-year performance.
Yes.
And then now she finalized that and she said, let me go to the report on the third quarter report of Parliament. So both reports have been tabled duly by the chairperson, and that is why we have concluded now on the second order, and we are going to vote now on the third order, that is on the second quarter report of Parliament. So is it clear, Honorable Labuschagne?
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Chair, I would like to do a declaration on the third order.
On that is in the quarter report. Yes, you may.
On the quarterly report.
You may continue.
Thank you. Whilst the DA support the report today, the following points of concern must be noted. The member satisfaction survey is extremely limited and distorts the perception of the performance of Parliament. As pointed out, it would be meaningful to conduct a survey through bodies such as Afrobarometer to evaluate the perception of Parliament by ordinary South Africans and then to consider and implement changes to improve the institution. At present, our focus is 490 individuals and not enough on the 60 million citizens that we serve. This is, after all, the People's Parliament. In terms of expenditure, we should be concerned that only 68% of the budget was spent. It is also ridiculous to say that the savings, some 832 million rand, will be sufficient to cover refurbishment of Parliament following the devastating fire damage. The costs of that rebuild must be covered by Treasury and Public Works. Serious consideration must also be given to relocating the costs of Parliament and other members' benefits to another cost centre outside of Parliament. These costs are a millstone around our necks and drag down the core business of our institution. Our job is oversight of government function and legislation, not paying salaries and medical bills. Finally, in terms of core business, it cannot be right that a full 6 months after the fire at Parliament, the house that was not damaged by fire, our house, the NCOP chambers, still does not meet in person in the house or in committee. At the same time, the National Assembly that suffered the brunt of the damage meets on a hybrid platform and has at least some direct interaction. Honourable members, I know that it is comfortable to sit on a virtual platform. But it is not right. We must be militant and demand that we return to normality and conduct effective and full oversight in service of the people of our country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Labuskaghni. Is there any other province that want to make a declaration of vote? If none, we shall proceed to the voting of the question in respect of the third order. The question is that the report be agreed to. And I shall now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. Sorry, when called upon heads of delegations, they must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. And we will start with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, I pass I report, Deputy Chair.
And Kosima, Free State.
Free State supports.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu-Natal.
We support, thank you.
Thank you very much. Limpopo.
Limpopo supports.
Thank you. Traveling. I want to hear the lady's voice. I know your voice. Can that lady please repeat?
Yeah, Limpopo support chair is Honorable Mamroven.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support, Deputy.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chair.
Northwest.
Northwest support, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Thank you very much. The voting is now closed. All provinces voted in favor, and I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much to all the delegates. We will now proceed to the fourth order. The fourth order is the policy debate on budget vote 10, Public Enterprises Appropriation Bill B7-2022, National Assembly Section 77. I will now call on the Honorable the Minister P.J. Gordon, Minister of Public Enterprises, to open the debate. Welcome, Honorable Minister, and it's over to you.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chairperson, honorable members, and members of the public. I have the honor to present the budget vote for the Department of Public Enterprises for the year 2022-23. The mandate of the DPE is to contribute to the reconstruction and recovery of the economy from a combination of state capture, the July violence, the recent floods, the COVID pandemic, by doing the following. Firstly, to enhance the governance and integrity in SOEs, and not only at the level of the board, but also at other levels of management and staff. Introduce a new ownership model with the guidance of the Presidential SOE Council. Implement the structural reforms needed in the network industries, to take account of and implement the recommendations of the Zondo Commission, the last report of which is due soon, relentlessly focus on operational improvements and efficiency, improve the financial resilience of these institutions, which was badly damaged during this period that I've just referred to, reinvent their business models and strategies to take account of the global developments and national imperatives, constantly build the professionalism and competence of managers and staff, particularly in a context where good managers and staff and technical skills were exited from these organizations during the past few years. Contribute actively to economic transformation and the creation of new opportunities for South Africans. Cooperate with workers to lead and embrace the substantial changes needed to ensure the future sustainability of SOEs. Create a collaborative partnership with customers and stakeholders to arrive at mutually beneficial outcomes. The mining industry, the agricultural industry are examples of that. Encourage public-private partnerships that mobilize the necessary resources and skills to advance the SOE programs. And finally, to actively combat corruption and disruption, whether from within SOEs or from counter-revolutionary forces outside of SOEs. Deputy Chairperson, we have a few contrasting perspectives in undertaking this responsibility, and we see this debate every day in the public domain. The first, as would be evidenced in the other chamber and elsewhere in our country, are the purveyors of fake news, bots, populist narratives, and bullying. They are joined by those who display rank opportunism, who have a scorched earth approach to South Africa, and only their greed, their ambitions, and their need to avoid responsibility for the thieving that took place during state capture matters to them. They want the right to continue to steal, now seeking to intimidate and mislead people into wrong political choices, regardless of the consequences for the country as a whole. Secondly, there are those who fanatically subscribe to a neoliberal outlook, belittling any initiative that falls outside the dependence on the market and those basic pillars of neoliberalism that we often see repeated in some of the media and in Parliament as well. And thirdly, there are those who live by the values of Nelson Mandela and Chris Hani, progressive values, who want to improve the lives of all citizens, ensure that there's a sharing ethic in this country, an enabling ethic so that all of us can develop. There's an attachment to honesty, to integrity, to democratic principles. This is a perspective that guides us in this challenging journey of recovery of SOEs. Strong organized communities, of course, are fundamental to the security of our country's infrastructure, and we must have a sense of national pride in our electricity, rail, water, and other infrastructure assets, and protect them from being broken and stolen, which is frequently the case in instances such as that of PRASA, Transnet, and Eskom. We also need to build partnerships, because partnerships are vital in order to make progress. With communities who are impacted by load shedding, illegal connections, and the energy transition to come, and they must be informed and become participants and shapers of their own future together with the state and the private sector. Workers are also important stakeholders, both in SOEs and industry, and play a crucial role and are impacted by changes in technology and other processes. We must build constructive partnerships that enable us to recover and rebuild our SOEs with the participation of workers. Most importantly, they must be at the front line of protecting our infrastructure against criminals and detect any sabotage that takes place. Of course, there's the private sector, which controls 70% of our economy, and partnerships with them can take various forms, as they have in the past and will in the future, from joint investments to solving challenges together and to ensuring that there is proactive collaboration between themselves and the state. The Zondo Commission, which was chaired by the Chief Justice, finds in the first few reports that have already been issued that the evidence presented to him revealed that there was systemic corruption that collapsed governance in these institutions, and that this was led by certain members of the boards of these institutions, senior executives, in collaboration with politicians, business, and professional firms, amongst many others, both in South Africa and outside of South Africa. These people need to be held accountable wherever they might be in the world, as we've seen in the recent past. The report already confirms that state capture tentacles were deeply rooted in Transnet, Eskom, Denel, SAA, and even within the department itself, which was at the center of some of these processes. The department has moved swiftly in response to the first few reports to ensure that SOE is reporting to the following: open criminal cases with the law enforcement authorities where this is relevant, pursue civil recoveries to claw back billions of rands. An example would be Eskom, which has recovered 1.55 billion rands from ABB an engineering company that engaged in malfeasance, and there are characters that have collaborated with the ABB that are still walking around freely, whereas they should be in jail. Refer cases to the Register of Companies so that former directors of SOEs who are found guilty of malfeasance are prohibited from ever again serving as company directors. Blacklist companies on the central supplier database to prevent them from accessing state procurement opportunities, and refer cases to professional bodies for inquiries to ensure that the perpetrators of state capture are prohibited from practicing in their respective disciplines. We must collectively applaud the bravery of whistleblowers who put their lives at risk, and some have in fact lost their lives to expose the rot of corruption and state capture, and they must be protected and celebrated for their courage. Despite the many challenges, the following are just a sample of measures that are being put into place to both improve the performance of the SOEs and to reorientate their business models. In the case of Eskom, the challenges are quite evident. Firstly, the lack of generation capacity. And for some time, we have been saying that Eskom requires between 4 and 6 gigawatts, or 4,000 and 6,000 megawatts of additional capacity, which will allow it to maintain power stations at a much better level than they currently do. In response to this, there have been various bid windows that have been assigned for investment by the private sector. But Eskom itself has taken the initiative to open up its own land around power stations in Mpumalanga, particularly for long-term leases to renewable energy developers and investors. And of course, new and more aggressive measures are being finalized within government to overcome this challenge. A second very important challenge is poor coal quality, which is often caused by syndicated coal delivery and causes major damage to boilers and the plant at power stations. Eskom is seeking collaboration with the coal mining industry to solve this problem. Sabotage continues to be a problem, as has been in the news over the last few weeks. And for example, the cutting of cables, of tubes, of leaving certain taps either opened or closed are all indications that there are internal people within Eskom, for example, that are engaging in this kind of negative activity. Corrupt procurement, there are several syndicates that are involved in the delivery of coal, in the delivery of fuel oil and other supplies, including spares. Measures are being taken to identify the insiders enabling syndicates to gain access to the opportunity to steal, and measures are also being taken to eliminate overpricing and other malpractices. So what are some of the things in addition to what I've said that is being done? Firstly, in relation to improving the generation operational performance, urgent steps are being taken in this particular regard. An operations excellence initiative is being put in place, and this will identify the major causes of underperformance and to make improvements on a daily basis to the performance levels at various power stations. At selected power stations, war rooms will be set up to ensure that production challenges are tackled in a systemic but immediate and agile way. A skills mentoring program using highly experienced power station managers has been launched. And here, Deputy Chairperson, it's important that we recognize that skills and certificates is one thing, but nothing can replace sometimes 20 years of experience as well. And in order to bridge that gap, this kind of mentoring program is absolutely essential. This team will be deployed to power stations where load losses are particularly severe. In instances where there is neglected and poor maintenance, a great deal of focus will be placed on the quality of work that contractors do, and they will be held directly accountable for the improvements that are expected, but also the improvements that are not delivered. after having collected a fair sum of money for the work that they do. Upgrading of skills and training, as I've mentioned earlier on, and the financial stabilization of Eskom, which expects better financial results in the coming year than in the previous year, is also important. From the NCOP's point of view, there are many projects in provinces that are of relevance to honorable members. Eskom's priority projects per province addresses the issue of security of electricity supply, as well as the energy transition from coal to renewable energy sources. The funding requirements for generation projects is about 200 billion rands, and for extending the transmission grid, another 120 to 150 billion rands, and a further investment of 45 billion rands is required in the distribution networks, some of which belong to municipalities. This kind of expenditure and investment will have a positive economic effect on the economies in the various provinces as well. These are some examples of some of the projects in some of the provinces. In Mpumalanga, the Komati Gas Project, and this is our, if you like, role model for the energy transition within Eskom itself, and was demonstrated in part at COP26, and we need some progress before COP27 takes place in Egypt. And this will generate around 1,000 megawatts of electricity from renewables, with about 15 billion rands required in terms of funding. In the Western Cape, the Siri PV project will generate 600 megawatts and require 12.5 billion rands in funding. In the Northern Cape, the Klein Z project will generate 300 megawatts and require some 7.6 billion rands in investment. In the Eastern Cape, the Aberdeen project will generate 200 megawatts and require about 5 billion rands. In the Free State, the Letabo PV project will generate 75 megawatts and require 1.5 billion rands. In KwaZulu-Natal, the Richards Bay gas project will generate some 3,000 megawatts and require some 70 billion rands of investment. As I indicated earlier, transmission will also require a great deal of investment as well. And in addition to the tens of thousands of kilometers that are currently wiring South Africa's transmission grid, a further 8,000 kilometers of transmission grid expansion is required in order to cover areas in the Eastern Cape and Northern Cape in particular, where there are both wind and solar resources that can be utilized by investors in renewable energy. 12 substations across 4 provinces, Northern Cape, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and Free State, will also have to be constructed, and 110 transformers to deliver network strengthening requirements up to 2030 would be required as well. In addition, the distribution opportunities are the following, or these are some of the following: strengthening of the critical corridors on the distribution grid to enable connection of IPPs and distributed energy resources, rollout of microgrid solutions to electrify 13% of the population, to deliver against government's electrification program. And this is largely areas where the normal transmission grid cannot reach communities or villages, and where these microgrids created and manufactured by Eskom will in fact do that job. Enable bi-directional energy management, meaning supplying of energy, but also buying of electricity onto the grid itself. And technical work in this particular regard is also taking place. As another example, in the case of Transnet, the Transnet the National Ports Authority has now been established as a subsidiary of Transnet itself, which was an important step that needed to be taken to ensure that it operates independently as a...
Please, Ms. Bowes, can you mute, please? Can you mute? I'm sorry, Minister, you may continue.
Thank you. I was referring to the Transnet National Ports Authority and the fact that it has been established as a subsidiary so that it can act as an independent landlord, both for Transnet's own terminal operations, but private sector terminal operators as well. There are a number of areas where so-called corridor processes have been put into place as well, which I'll spell out in a moment. But some of the successes that Transnet has had over the last 2.5 years or so is the approval of branch line concessions that have become fully operational, and there's more work to do in this particular regard, particularly when these branch lines are not being fully utilized. The recently announced slot sales on the container and Cape corridor for private sector participation, and there are engagements happening with the private sector in this regard. Procurement of port equipment, that is straddle carriers, gantries, and other equipment that are essential for the productivity at the ports. The road to rail migration strategy, which has still a long way to go, but once some of these trucks have been settled down and the post-flood damage has been repaired, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, we will see greater movement in this direction as well. I come back to the corridor concept that has been developed within Transnet for different segments of the economy. The automotive segment, the development of the pre-feasibility business case, and RFI for Kalfontein and 3 autoport terminals is in progress. And this is largely to cater for the massive investment that the Ford Motor Company is making in Swane, and that impacts on the Gauteng province. The exports of these vehicles will take place through the Eastern Cape, particularly Gqeberha port, and the developments there would also be a huge investment in the expansion of the port facilities. As far as the manganese component is concerned, a decision has been taken to limit the expansion via the Nukha port to 16 million tons per annum, and via the port of Saldanha to 6 million tons per annum, and to accommodate growth beyond 22 million tons to the Buchelbaai development, which is another massive investment over the next 10 years in the Northern Cape. As far as the energy context is indicated, as I said earlier on, let us be in...
As you conclude, Honorable Minister, as you conclude.
Okay, so those are some examples, Deputy Chair, of the progress that has been made. And I'm not saying that this is all that has been done, but this is an indication of the kind of direction that we need to take in the reconstruction and recovery process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Gordhan. We will continue, and we are now calling on Honorable Nyambi to continue with the debate. Honorable Nyambi. Thank you. I'm sorry for that. Honorable Nyambi is still experiencing connectivity challenges. Honorable Nana, can you in the meantime continue with the debate?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Honorable Nana, can I request that you continue with the debate? We know Honorable Nyambi is also in Port St. John's and he's at the moment experiencing network challenges. Continue, please.
That's absolutely fine, Chair. It's only that you took me a little bit by surprise, but anyway, it is what it is. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, honorable members of the NCOP, honorable minister and your deputy, honorable members, allow me to begin my contribution in today's debate by quoting an extract from a statement by Ms. Busisiwe Mavuso, open quote. But what we will not accept and not what we will agree to, in spite of all the challenges that we're facing as an organization and all the efforts that have been put in place, is to have this board and Andre as the fall guy for the mess that this organization is currently experiencing. Because the reality of the matter is that it is not our mess. We have been brought in to clean it up. But we are not going to be the fall for the 300 plus whatever billions of Midupe and Kusile that have still not been completed. We are doing our best to try and finalize these projects. And as Andre has said, we have committed that we will avail ourselves to be accountable, Chairperson, to ensure that Kusile is finished by 2023. But anything else, honestly, we cannot be the fall guy for this ANC-led government. Fast forward, it is not an insult, it's facts, Honorable Hadebe, that this is the mess of the ANC-led government, close quotes. Ms. Busisiwe Mavuso, non-executive director at ESCOM. This afternoon, honorable members, I would like to pay a special tribute to a true South African, an epitome of women's strength and resilience, an embodiment of an upright South African who, in the face of real prospects of limiting a career, chose to speak truth to power. Allow me to pay homage to Ms. Busisiwe Mavuso for her bravery and the courage she displayed during a meeting between ESCOM and SCOPA. Faced by ANC denialists, she stood her ground and did not buckle under pressure. Honorable members, part of our brief as a select committee is to exercise oversight over a number of state-owned enterprises, namely South African Airways, Denel, Alexco, Safcol, Transnet, and ESCOM, as the minister has correctly pointed out. The state of all these SOEs, without exception, is a story of an African country gone horribly wrong. I have no doubt in my mind that the architects of apartheid and their remnants are laughing at what has become of South Africa. This reinforcing their belief that we are not capable to run a country or do anything for ourselves on our own. The Department of Public Enterprises, as a shareholder representative, is required to oversee these 7 SOEs, whose staff complements and budget makes mockery of the shareholder representative. The department has about plus minus 200 staff members, and they're expected to effectively oversee SOEs with an average staff complement of 3,000. Surely, honorable members, this does not require Pythagoras' theorem, because X plus Y in this instance does not equal to Z. I said it before, and I shall say it again, Honorable Maswale. You are at liberty to label me that I am in the wilderness. Once again, kodwa ndiyakuthembisa iyasongwa indaba uMzantsi Afrika uvukile emaqandeni. Gone are the days when your party thought you will govern until Jesus Christ comes. Honorable members, it is unfortunate though that tens of billions were sucked from the national fiscus with no outcomes to show for it. The message to SOEs is loud and clear: shape up or ship out, with the latter being the only realistic opportunity. The sad reality is, should you place SOEs at the center of economic growth and job creation, a philosophy that has particularly failed throughout the world, And in our country, it has actually brought down our economy with them. You are doomed to fail. Honorable members, without exception, all of our SOEs have been a heavy burden to the fiscus and the taxpayer by asking for one bailout after another, by asking for one government guarantee after another. It's about time as the nation we start counting our losses, close shop, and vamos, and we move on. If President Ramaphosa's assertions in the State of the Nation address this year are anything to go by, the state must graciously exit and allow business to do what they do best, and we will see economic growth and creation of the much needed jobs. Minister, I was watching your department's reaction to Ms. Mavuso's statement with keen interest. It may have come as a shock or embarrassment to the ANC, but I think if taken in a positive spirit, her statement was from a frustrated, honest South African trying to contribute, maar save us net hardfall, udikiwe. Whilst most of us were celebrating the end of the state capture, Eskom Group CEO is very much holding a different view, Minister. He is quoted as saying, state capture is still the fabric of Eskom. He goes on to allege that there are interests of ministers and former presidents that should be applied through the board and through members of management by being instructed to appoint certain people or give favor to certain suppliers. He contends that we have a dire shortage of specialized skills such as chartered accountants and engineers to oversee management at Eskom. Remember, affirmative action, these are the end results. Skilled people are leaving our SOEs. All is not well at Eskom, as Mr. Director and his team, at Eskom and his team successfully stopped the theft of diesel worth millions of rands. The criminal syndicates delivered coal mixed with rocks and steel to increase weight for a better pay. This does not only steal from the taxpayer, but also damages the boilers that burn the coal. For me and you to have constant and reliable electricity supply. Like the frustrated Ms. Mavuso, your CEO needs your support, Minister. He wants to know you have his back so he can discharge his duties without having to worry about his back from the bloodthirsty ANC daggers. The situation at the utility is so bad. Cable thieves get arrested today and are released a day later at the instruction of senior police officers. So, Minister, you can tell your colleague, Honorable Mbalula, you cannot discontinue manufacturing cars because you want to stop car theft. Deal with the crime, deal with the illegal and unscrupulous scrap metal dealers, rather than going after the industry as a whole. Our law enforcement agencies must do their work and leave legal and law-abiding scrap metal dealers at peace. We all live in hope, but it becomes a problem when you think hope is a plan. This is not our mess. This is an ANC mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. We will now call on the Honorable Mamu Rubela to further the debate. Honorable Nyambi will then be the last one to speak before the Minister conclude the debate. Just that is the changes in the speakers list. Honorable Mamu Rubela, it's over to you now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, the Minister, the delegation from NCOP, MECs that are here, and members of the House. Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, the African Union is gradually making strides and taking giant steps towards recognizing the over 1.3 billion African inhabitants as one of people and one market. To be more specific, the African Continental Free Trade Area presents an important step in this regard as it seeks to establish a unified continental market, including the free physical movement of people, investment, and goods within the among African states. Thus, serious considerations have to be in place by African governments to remove all the aspects constraining the aviation sector to achieve the full realization of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The ANC-led government is already undertaking tangible physical action to improve the aviation sector for the smooth and seamless movement of people, investment, and goods between South Africa and other African economies. Honorable Chairperson, the restructuring of the SAA provides a big incentive to improve the aviation sector in South Africa and subsequently cater for the movement of people, investment, and goods, in particular the partnership between the ANC-led government and Takazo Consortium in SAA. It's expected to bring in the funding and skills required to strengthen the SAA balance sheet and its operation. This partnership presents an opportunity not only to further the strengthening integration, trade, and investment in Africa to take advantage of African Continental Free Trade Area, but also complements the ANC-led government economic reconstruction and recovery plan and the National Development Plan. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to highlight the major benefits of the restructuring of SAA and the manner in which they complement the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, as well as the NDP. The National Development Plan postulates that South Africa has several cooperative advantages, including World Heritage Sites and the global niche tourism and creative industries. Moreover, the economic reconstruction and recovery plan posits that the tourism, cultural, and creative industries are the growth focal points as they are labor intensive and that they stimulate the growth of small businesses. Considering that these industries were impacted negatively by the COVID-19 pandemic, the ANC-led government key priority intervention includes the catalyzing domestic tourism, cultural and creative industry demands through seamless foreign visits that encourage safe domestic vacation experience. The restructuring of SAA strives to put in place the right measures to improve the operation of the national airline to enable the movement of foreign visits to prevent the collapse of the tourism, cultural and creative industry supply base. In other words, the funding and new critical skills underpinning the restructuring of SAA will ensure that only quality aircraft is deployed in the efforts to increase ease of access into South Africa for the purpose of stimulating the international tourist market, thereby improving the quality of service the national airline provides to domestic and international passengers. Honorable Chairperson, the principal tourism, cultural, and creative industries that will benefit much out of the restructuring of SSA will be precisely the ones that provide opportunities for more people, often outside of the formal economy, such as Robben Island in the Western Cape, Ismangaliso Wetland Park in KwaZulu-Natal, Cradle of Humankind in Gauteng, Ukamtlala Drakensberg Park in KwaZulu-Natal, Mapunguwe Heritage Site in Limpopo, Cape Flora Kingdom in Western Cape, Richfield Cultural and Botanical Landscape in Northern Cape, and Frederode Dome in Free State. More importantly, promoting domestic vacation experiences in these World Heritage Sites will deepen the spatial tourism subsector products of offerings in villages and small towns in the least developed provinces like Limpopo, Northern Cape, and Free State. Honorable Chairperson, the restructuring of SAA is touted to stimulate competition in the aviation industry to help lower the cost of domestic travel. In addition to the Johannesburg to Cape Town flights, SAA has resumed flights to Durban with 3 times daily return service from Friday, 4th March 2022, and this will make it easier for passengers conveniently connect on SAA to Accra, Harare, Kinshasa, Lagos, Lusaka, and Mauritius services. Furthermore, Chairperson, adding Durban to SAA local network is vital in linking two economical important cities and economies, namely Johannesburg, Durban, in Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal provinces. The extensions of SAA flights to include Durban will certainly unlock the demand and supply side constraint in the tourism, cultural, and creative industries in KwaZulu-Natal province. In particular, tourist attractions such as Ushaka Marine World, Pezulu Safari Park, Durban Botanic Gardens, and the Moses Mabhida Stadium have potential to generate employment and foreign earnings. Thus, the successful relaunch of SAA in September 2021, which has yielded positive effects, including but not limited to SAA leading its local competitors when it comes to on-time performance and achieving a 100% completion rate of scheduled flights, including uncontrollable cancellation points to the capability of SAA regain passengers' confidence to support tourism, cultural, and creative industry in the hopes of creating more jobs opportunities. That South Africa badly needs. Most importantly, Chairperson, the tourism, cultural, and creative industries in KwaZulu-Natal, which evidence shows that the restructuring of SAA is positioned to support is important for the revival of the provincial economy after the devastating recent floods, Chairperson. The Honorable Chairperson, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, in 2022 SONA, he addressed that the ANC-led government is committed to streamlining and modernizing the visa process to make it easier to travel to South Africa for tourism, business, and work. Interestingly, the e-visa system that was launched in 14 countries, including South Africa, international trade allies, and partners like China and India, linked to this, the ANC-led government has introduced visa waivers for travelers from Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, New Zealand, Cuba, Ghana, and Sao Tome and Principe. Moreover, the ANC-led government is currently undertaking a comprehensive review of the visa system to explore the possibility of the new visa categories that could enable economic growth, such as the startup visa and a remote working visa. The necessary amendments to the visa system have important implications for SAA, in particular the tourism, cultural, and creative industry in general through different multiplier effects. For instance, the introduction of the e-visa in countries like China and India, as well as visa waivers in countries like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, will make traveling to South Africa for tourism, business, and work more attractive. And SAA is already preparing itself for this inevitable reality through its effort to increase frequencies where possible and use existing capacity to meet customer demands. Honorable Chairperson, the introduction of the e-visa and visa waivers is part of the ANC-led government strategic goal for South Africa to target and subsequently attain 21 million international tourist arrival by 2030, Chairperson. As more international tourists will be flocking in South Africa through the utilization of SAA as its revised normal pricing structure remain competitive. There will be a need to revitalize tourism economies in Mpumalanga and Limpopo province, Chairperson. At the moment, the ANC-led government has made inroads in developing a tourism recovery plan intended to provide a blueprint for sustainable and inclusive tourism economies, especially in Mpumalanga and Limpopo province. For it implies that the restructuring of SAA, the introduction of e-visa and visa waivers, and the tourism recovery plan taken together have the potential to create business as well as job opportunities for the people of Mpumalanga and Limpopo provinces. Honorable Chairperson, aside from the role in supporting the tourism, cultural, and creative industries in varying provinces in the country, SAA has a vital role to play in response to the demands for cargo flights to distribute essential goods as well as manufactured products. For example, the agricultural sector relies heavily on run ports to export their produce to overseas market. However, congestion in most of ports, particularly in the port of Durban, often leaves fresh produce stuck in terminals for days and even weeks. SAA, through cargo flights, can safeguard South Africa's reputation as an export of quality fresh produce. Most importantly, the introduction of e-visa in the world's biggest markets like China and India present an opportunity for SAA to transport fresh quality produce to these markets. By way of example, SAA already has the capacity to do this, as shown in its national effort to transport vaccines into the country. Intensifying the cargo business, especially the transport of fresh quality produce, will definitely work to the advantage of provinces like Northern Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape, and Northwest, which account for the largest share of South Africa's commercial agricultural land and production. Honorable Chairperson, there's a greater potential for SAA to ferry defense goods amid and intentions of the re-industrialization of the South African economy. In other words, the South African defense industry, including DENER, has a huge role to play in the re-industrialization of South African economy if only the industry receives support from the government as well as the private sector. What is worth pointing out is that the ferrying of defense goods will allow SAA to increase its revenue generating streams and international routes. More importantly, Chairperson, the ferrying of defense goods represents the window of opportunity for contractual sanctity of the export contracts entered between SAA and South African defense industry. And the advantage of this, that defense goods will not via third country nation before they reach destinations due to the use of the other national carriers. The Department of Public Works is committed to rationalizing SAA and other state-owned enterprise to steer them in the direction of economic reconstruction and recovery plan. With the support of Department of Public Enterprise and of the Presidential State-Owned Enterprise Council, SOEs will become engines of national development plans. Therefore, the ANC support the policy vote. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamurobela. We will now continue with the debate and we call on the Honorable Mvoko, Eastern Cape MEC Finance, Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. Honorable Mvoko.
Chairperson, if I may just alert you that due to load shedding, many of us were kicked out, logged out, and we've come back in. So there may be a challenge there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dangor. We will call again on Honorable Mvoko. If he's not there yet, we will continue with the speakers list. Honorable Mvoko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Greetings to you and the Minister of Public Enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Honorable Deputy Chairperson, on behalf of the Eastern Cape, I wish to welcome and support the budget vote of the Department of Public Enterprise and thank Minister Kodan for outlining strategies to tackle challenges we are facing today in the sector. Honorable Chairperson, state-owned companies are mandated to drive the economic growth of any country. The country desperately needs effective state-owned companies to change its economic standing, especially at the time when we have found ourselves under attack on numerous economic shocks. Given our historic challenges, the blows we are experiencing today further put the Eastern Cape at the periphery of the economy and compound our challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. If you consider a number of natural resources that give us a competitive advantage, including land, water, biodiversity, and an extensive coastline of over 800 kilometers along the Indian Ocean, the Eastern Cape has a great potential to emancipate its people from current burdens and also prominently feature in the economic trajectory of the country. And the performance of the ESCOM generation fleet and economic impact in the province. Honorable Chair, we note the comments by the Minister regarding the underperformance of the ESCOM generation fleet. A recently released report by the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research indicates that as our economy has emerged from the effects of COVID-19, the demand for electricity had grown by 3% in 2021 compared to 2020. However, load shedding also increased to 1,169 hours in 2021. We have felt the economic effects of load shedding in our province, which has limited the success of our investment promotion, economic growth, and job creation. The Honorable Minister indicated that ESCOM needs an estimated 4,000 to 6,000 megawatts of additional generation capacity immediately if it is to properly maintain its power station. We look forward to the signing and financial close of 2 wind farms that were awarded in the Eastern Cape province as preferred bidders under bid window 5 of the renewable energy procurement program. These wind farms will add an extra 224 megawatts to the national grid. We also look forward to the signing of those risk mitigation projects that are preferred bidders in the Eastern Cape. With the revitalization of our state-owned and industrial parks remains one of the key catalytic programs in the province. These parks will play a pivotal role in the integration of various regions in the economic mainstream. Although these parks are at different levels of infrastructure development, some parks have existing operations in operational investors and tenants. In this context, we deem the railway connectivity as critical to enhance this investor competitiveness. The efficient railway network in the province will also boost the province's investment value. The Eastern Cape would therefore request the Minister to consider the province's aspirations during discussions with Transnet. Furthermore, the province sees the marine manufacturing sector as an important sector to build diverse productive capability. In 2019, the province developed a maritime manufacturing localization support program intended to create an enabling environment for the development of the marine sector. A key challenge emanating from this process is always ensuring access to boat building and ship repair opportunities linked to national state-owned entities, in particular Transnet National Ports Authority. Honorable Chairperson, governance is the strategic cog for performance of our SOCs. As such, the rationalization of public entities in our province is in full swing, and after its report was presented to EXCO and approved for implementation, measures have been put in place to closely monitor the implementation of the project in order to maximize economic benefits for the province. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, Eastern Cape has 2 of the best performing entities in Africa in Kucha Development Corporation and Islander Industrial Development Zone. Our long-term plan is to capacitate the Kucha Development Corporation and the Islander IDZ to be more than just being investment locations, but to be engines of economic growth and employment in the province. We shall continue to explore a grand giant leap forward to excel the existing potential of these entities to achieve sound industrial development for massive economic growth in our province. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mvoko. I will now call on the Honorable Arnolds to continue with the debate, and I will also in the same vein request Honorable Moimang to continue presiding. Honorable Arnolds, Honorable Moimang.
Thank you, House Deputy Chairperson. The economic freedom fighters reject the proposed budget for the Department of Public Enterprises. We reject the budget of a department which has abandoned its vision of creating an enabling environment in which state-owned enterprises can add economic value to our country by driving developmental objectives, industrialization, job creation, and skills development. State-owned enterprises exist for the purpose of driving economic development and improving service delivery to the population. They formed a significant part of certain vital industries that serve as inputs to other industries. The electricity, transport, and fixed line telecommunication sectors are all dominated by SOEs. These sectors are responsible for potential high-growth industries like tourism, information and communication technology, and export industries. In the case of the power utility ESCOM, this department is tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that the utility is operational and is supported financially, as electricity is essential for the everyday running of the economy and for human development. Yet, South Africa has faced electricity supply challenges and load shedding since 2007, coupled by aging electricity infrastructure. Today, ESCOM cannot supply stable electricity, so much so that small businesses often bear the brunt of load shedding. Small businesses in townships such as spaza shops, hair salons, which do not have the luxury of owning generators, experience more financial strain as a result of these lengthy blackouts. This on the backdrop of an economy which is on its knees. Transnet also stands on the brink of collapse and is actively seeking private sector participation in the port and rail freight. The deliberate collapse and sabotage of Transnet is to hand its strategic assets to the private sector at a fraction of their value. We know this to be true in how this department has also failed to prevent the continued vandalism and theft of cables and theft from goods containers, which in itself is as a result of various challenges which we face as a country, such as high unemployment, poverty, inequality, and lack of land. Deputy Chairperson, South African Airways is bleeding the fiscus. The ruling party collapsed SAA so that to sell it to their friends for a fraction of its value. We are not shocked that they are selling SAA for 51 Rand. The Nel is nothing but a shadow of its former self as it was allowed to collapse and now cannot even pay the salaries of their own workers. All of this done on purpose to bring the company to its knees and sell it to friends and cronies who had never manufactured anything before, let alone complex military equipment and vehicles. As the economic freedom fighters, we are well aware that well-run, effective, and efficient SOEs are major contributors to economic growth and job creation, especially for the youth. SOEs also provide essential public goods and services that are deemed basic needs which are of great economic importance. SOEs like Eskom and Transnet facilitate economic development and growth by providing transport and electricity services. In order to rebuild South Africa's economy, we therefore have to build state capacity in strategic sectors and use state procurement through these SOEs as drivers for localization. However, under the leadership of this department, there has been no development of state-owned entities. Instead, they are used for cadre deployment and the development role of SOEs is not achieved. We have witnessed state-owned entities in the hands of an incompetent government that leads to corruption, total collapse, looting, mismanagement, non-payment of workers, retrenchments, and load shedding, unmanageable debt, to name just a few. It has become evident that the EFF is the only organization that understands that state ownership and control of strategic sectors of the economy is the only foundation for sustainable economic transformation in South Africa, and that without SOEs, we will not achieve this goal. We therefore reject the budget of a department which has previously failed to use its previous expenditure effectively, with numerous delays in implementation of projects, irregular expenditure, and non-compliance with Treasury regulations and its own supply chain management as major concerns. We reject the budget of a minister who is known for nothing more but cheap talk and empty promises of stabilizing entities, which have instead led to massive retrenchments and downscaling of jobs. The minister is on a quest of driving the country backwards and collapsing entities under his watch. The EFF rejects the budget of a department that has now changed its mandate to the Department of Privatization and Secret Dealings. Therefore, the EFF do not reject this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Arnold, for taking part in the debate. We will now move forward and invite Honorable Tebo Modise to also take part in the budget debate. Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable members of the NCOP, Honorable Chair. The policy debate on public enterprise is occurring at a time when our country faces economic and social challenges. Low economic growth coupled with the effects of COVID-19 has meant that the government and its entity require dealing with the strengthening of the SOEs. As instrument of development and implementing agent of government, they contribute to the alleviation of triple challenges which the country faces, which is such as unemployment, poverty, inequality. Recently, the devastating floods in KwaZulu-Natal, part of Eastern Cape and Northwest, disrupted the infrastructure, and many families lost their members during this trying time. This has also has a negative impact on economies of those affected provinces. Economy restoration needs to occur as speedily as possible. Within these challenges lies possibility and opportunity as government has responded to through the Economic Reconstruction Recovery Plan. It is pleasing to note that under the 6th Parliament,
Progress has been made in the appointing new board at the SOEs, and in conjunction with the department are ensuring that the establishment of corporate governance and restoration of financial control. This is critical to ensure proper function of the state SOE. New management must be given a chance to deal with the many challenges and in cooperation with the shareholders resolve to these challenges. Much has been done, Honorable Chair, and much more need to be done to eradicate the effects of state capture and corruption in all entities. There are many challenges in the different SOEs, and the department is systematically addressing those challenges. However, these challenges in the entity should not observe the opportunity for development and economic growth, which are becoming evident through the implementation of economy reconstruction and recovery plan. This is an infrastructure-driven plan will economically benefit all provinces and generate towards job creation. SOEs have a critical role to play and need to grasp the opportunity in partnership with the private sector and translate an opportunity into commercial reality. There must be a recovery of the infrastructure in provinces as the land market is dependent on the rail and port infrastructure in Durban for import and export of goods. Moreover, it is the critical entities such as SAFCOL, Transnet, and ESCOM play a critical role in developing a local economy in the provinces. SOE continue to remain a major employer and will continue to do so in the strategic area in which they function. It is important that we are able to, in this policy vote, to focus on ESCOM as it is the remain a critical supplier of electricity in the country, and therefore requires our attention, Honorable Chair. Moreover, without adequate electricity supply, it will be difficult to ensure rapid economic growth. Government has implemented the regularity framework for the development of renewable energy to increase generation capacity, and ESCOM has already commenced with restructuring process and created a transition company, a stand-alone company, to ensure that the electricity generated by IPPs can be supplied through the grid. These are important achievements, Honorable Chair, for success of the restructuring process. However, what is a concern is the active destruction of infrastructure in terms of power lines and require the attention of ESCOM and security services as these weaken the entity for performing its core function. Moreover, the sabotage of power stations require the attention of law enforcement agency as contribute negatively to the controlling system leading to load shedding. While completion of the Medupi was disrupted through the unfortunate event of explosion in Unit 2, it is imperative that ESCOM is able to recover the unity to its full operation. The completion of Kulisile will certainly enhance the performance of ESCOM. Honorable Chair, however, ESCOM does require further generation capacity to come on the stream for its engage the systematical maintenance of the power plants. The entity require improving the energy availability factor, and this require proper expertise which needs to be sought in government entity to assist the ESCOM. Its 9-point plan for maintenance must be ensured to ensure that load shedding is reduced and increased generation capacity is eliminated. It is imperative that ESCOM is able to improve its generation capacity. The aging power station require refurbishment of development must occur in accordance with international carbon emission standards. It is therefore important that planning commence for the energy transition. ESCOM play an important role in microeconomy in many provinces which is operate power station and in transition to cleaner energy. It is critical that community around those power stations be considered in terms of skilling and employment. ESCOM remain a major employer in the different provinces which operates through the country. It has already created some 42,000 jobs and many more indirect jobs in the service sector of electricity industry in all provinces. The electrification of households by government and ESCOM has continued, and this places pressure on demand. Therefore, it is critical that ESCOM is able to develop its internal skills capacity and improve performance of its asset base. Youth graduates need to be employed by the state-owned entities like ESCOM to ensure that the next generation of leadership is developed to take its reign to the next level. However, the electrification of rural area and households should be continued, remain an important part inclusive economy development as it will complete the land reform program to increase food security in our country, Honorable Chair. ESCOM financial performance post-COVID-19 has improved as it was able to supply electricity to the level that it had previously supplied. ESCOM has even showed a profit over the past 2 financial years of some 20 billion, Honorable Chair. However, this was hardly visible and overshadowed by its debts liabilities. It is critical, pleasing to know that there has been a reduction of in-debts liability from 480 billion to some of 400 billion. There has been some improvement in municipality debt recovery and the installation of prepaid meters in a certain, ensuring a culture of payment. Honorable Chair, what we are saying is that it is not an entity that can be wished away, but by us to restructure and restore to viabilities. At the same time, it is important that ESCOM is able to develop a renewable energy division which will ensure that government is able to regulate the sector through understanding its economy heartless. The intention in this regard is to support clean green energy as part of transition to a cleaner environment, but also to ensure that electricity reach the market at the cheapest possible price. While the indigenous household will continue to be received the free basic unit, it is important that input costs remain attractive for the investment in our country. Green energy sector has important area for industrialization in the country and must be supported. At the same time, there need to be economic of scale in generation, which renewable energy is not as yet to produce, and therefore the refurbishing of UVEC and development of nuclear energy needs to be considered as the AU consider nuclear energy as a clean energy. The government intends to developing a number of dams with capacity to deliver hydroelectricity, which is in other clean source of energy, and ESCOM must be in a position to play a role such as project as it has experienced the hydroelectricity. Gas found in region and on our coast provinces, further opportunity for ESCOM to partner with a private sector to develop power generation, a clean source of energy. This will give the rise to further industrialization and beneficiation of mineral, and another custom are developed in gas industry. Honorable Chairperson, in my conclusion, it is imperative that the department and its entity that report to it able to achieve the program and implementation project in financial year. We should not be distracted by challenges and miss economy opportunity. It is also important that audit outcomes are improved and irregular expenditure and fruitless expenditure be reduced. While the department has achieved a clean audit, it must now ensure that its entity are heading in the same direction. We believe that the ingredients for success have been laid down, and soon we'll be able to reap the benefit of that. The select committee will continue to engage in highest oversight over all provinces and entities operating in the provinces to ensure that the ANC-led government is goal of transformation are achieved and better life for all are realized. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress support vote 10.
Honorable Modise, for taking part in the debate on the vote of public enterprise, vote 10. We are proceeding. We will now invite Honorable De Bruin from the Freedom Front to also take part in the debate of public enterprise, vote 10.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I apologize for my video not being switched on. I'm still struggling with my device's camera.
Understood.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, stated enterprises is supposed to be key in ensuring economic growth and skills development in a developing South Africa. But instead, stated enterprises is contributing to an estimated 13.5% of the total national debt, with the majority of state-owned enterprises not being financially viable anymore, and it is dependent on state bailouts to function, as we have seen over and over again with ESCOM, SAA, Denel, Transnet, and many more. Chair, the Honourable Minister stated that the lack of skill and experience at Eskom is worrying, and I agree with him. But Chair, that his department is to blame for the lack of skills and experience. Over the last 10 years, more than 12,000 qualified staff and engineers were lost at Eskom as a result of affirmative action and race-based policies. And I would like to add, these are engineers that are still willing to assist Eskom in the current crisis, even after they were sacked because of the color of their skin. But this department and the ANC would rather hold on to these racist policies instead of acting in the best interest of South Africa and all who live in it. The Kusile power station that was supposed to be completed in 2014 already is still not completed, at more than double its original budget. The Medupi power station is constantly experiencing one disaster after the other, and is in effect a disaster on its own, with more design flaws than an ANC drafted the recovery plan. These two stations combined are more than 3 billion rand over the budget, and not one of them are functioning as they should. And this happened under the oversight of this department. Chair, the NEL, that was once the gem of weapons manufacturing, has deteriorated into a total failure that owes its employees more than 780 million rand in salaries and more than 900 million rand to its suppliers. And this while suspended board members that is being investigated for corruption still receives their salaries. This also under the oversight of this department. Chair, this week it was announced that Moody's has once again placed the most of Transnet's credit ratings under review for downgrade, also under the oversight of this department. And the list goes on and on. But to sum it up, almost everything under the oversight of this department goes to ground. And it is no wonder if we look at the countless reports of corruption, fraud and mismanagement. And to no surprise, with very little consequence management. Agbare minister, jy sal moet begin toesien dat diegene wat homself skuldig maak aan bedrog en korrupsie vervolg word. En dat baie strenger gevolge bestuur toegepas moet word as die werklike omdraai en staatsbeheerde entiteite wil bewerkstellig. En jy sal ook die trots van die ANC in die sak moet steek. En diegene wat gekwalifiseerd is om die werk te doen, weer te nader om te help om die gemors waarin hierdie entiteite tans goedkeur te beredder, ongeag die kleur van hulle veld. Tot en met dan sien ek nie ook vir hierdie departement of enige van sy entiteite nie, en kan hierdie begroting nie ondersteun word nie. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dubrey, for taking part in the debate of public enterprise. We will now invite Honorable Tim Brataseth from the Democratic Alliance to also take part in the debate on vote 10. Over to you, Honorable Tim.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. When considering the input for the debate today, I did not have to go far to find an example of a failing public enterprise that affects the lives of millions of South Africans. In fact, the case I will argue on today sits literally in my backyard. It is Transnet and the Port Harbour of Durban in eThekwini municipality in KZN. It can be argued that this port, which began commercial activities in 1855, is the main reason that the city of Durban exists today. In fact, it is the busiest port in sub-Saharan South Africa, the second largest container terminal in Africa, and the fourth largest container terminal in the Southern Hemisphere. It is also massive. The distance around the port is 21 kilometers. It has 302 kilometers of rail track, and the water surface of the harbour is 1,962 acres, or 7.8 million square meters. It has 58 shipping berths and handles in the region of 4.5 million 20-foot containers, or TEUs, per annum. It is indeed the jewel in the logistics hub of our country, a wellspring of commercial activity and industry. So why on earth did I describe it as a failing enterprise? Well, the first reason is that it's run by Transnet. The second reason is that under their watch, it is sunk to being ranked as one of the most inefficient ports in the world. Rather than being an industry leader, it was recently ranked 349th out of 351 in a World Bank study on infrastructure and operations, and ranked stone last out of 351 in terms of expertise. We trail behind the African ports of Djibouti, Mombasa, and even Maputo. It would be laughable if it were not so tragic. The main factors at play in these rankings are as follows: the presence of specialist terminal operators, the connection to rail infrastructure, transshipment traffic, which is the relay of cargo from one ship to another for onward destinations, and the time of berth, or time spent in the harbour. So what are the primary reasons for this decline over the last 20 years? We can start with rail. This infrastructure was previously the primary conduit of goods to the main manufacturing hub in Gauteng. Approximately 80% of goods were shipped in this fashion. This has declined to a paltry 20% in the last 20 years. What has replaced it is scores and scores of trucks. These vehicles clog up the roads around the harbour in a haphazard fashion. There are no parking facilities for mass parking and a scheduled loading program. There are also no facilities for drivers of these behemoths who wait for days as the offloading system drags along at a snail's pace. And when these trucks embark on their northward journey, they overwhelm the N3 corridor, which was never designed to handle the volume of the traffic. There's been little or no investment in upgrading the rail lines and introducing bigger and better trains. All the industry has heard of is talk of a high-speed rail link, my apologies, and possibly a truck highway to Gauteng. But, as usual, the governing party is rich on policy, but poverty-stricken on implementation. When it comes to expertise, experience has shown that the way to make it efficient is to privatize or at least enter into effective private-public partnerships. Is that these initiatives is that they always run into the vice grip of the unions over Transnet, the lack of human capital capacity, and the fact that the port subsidizes other Transnet costs that have nothing to do with the harbour. Money is found to fund other shortfalls and not spent on critical, efficient harbour infrastructure. In short, it is still that Transnet gets serious about adopting new technologies, increases digitalization, and works collectively with private stakeholders to improve the efficiency of the logistics system. Honourable Chairperson, there's much to say on this topic, but I will close my argument with an extended sporting metaphor. In the game of rugby, the forwards in the scrum, I was one of them, must secure the ball in order for the backline players to score tries. No ball, no tries, no wins, no trophies. The critical player in all of this is the scrum half. Without that quick-witted, industrious, and innovative player, the entire system falls flat. In this context, the shipping industry are the forwards. The Gauteng manufacturers are the backline players. Transnet is the scrum half. The scrum half cannot do the job. They must be replaced with a player that can. If we don't, we won't be winning any World Cups anytime soon. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tim Brataseth, for taking part in the debate. We are proceeding. We will now invite the Deputy Minister of Public Enterprise, Honorable Phumulo Maswele, to also take part in the debate. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session. Greetings to you, greetings to the Minister, greetings to the honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, members of the public. I'm also as delighted to have the opportunity to participate in this debate on the vote 10 as introduced by our minister. We have this discussion where after a long time we have received very good and positive news on the first quarter results of the economy's performance as released by Stats South Africa, which indicate that the economy is recovering slowly but surely, getting to beyond the levels at which it started to decline owing to the challenges of lockdowns, etc. It shows definitely that we are now on a path to sustained recovery. Honorable Chair, I've taken time to listen to the debate. Some of the honorable members have made some very critical points. I couldn't but be reminded of what one of our founding fathers of this democratic South Africa, former President Mandela, once said in addressing the National Assembly, the fourth session of the National Assembly. He said this, and I quote, "A new year is upon us, once more affording us the opportunity to account in a comprehensive manner to the citizens on the awesome responsibilities they've mandated us to fulfill. All of us in the executive, the legislatures, the majority party, and members in opposition benches are called upon to outline practical programs to improve the nation's quality of life," close quote. This is what our minister has set about doing in illustrating what the department shall be prioritizing in the coming financial year. Listening to some of the interventions, we all seek to see the same things. We may just differ in how to go about doing that. I think we need to give more time to listening to each other so that we can reason with each other, so that the actions we do, we can be able collectively to inspire our people to have hope about the future. I will not repeat what already has been enunciated in the introduction of the context immediately in which this budget has got to be located, the impacts of COVID, the recent floods, the social unrest that we've seen, as well as the impacts of state capture. It is against this backdrop that our president charged us with the mandate of stabilizing, restructuring, and repurposing our state-owned enterprises so that they can play a catalytic role in the implementation of the country's economic construction and recovery plan. Honorable Chairperson, the budget as presented provides us, as the Department of Public Enterprises, as well as shareholder representative, with the tools with which to ensure that the state-owned enterprises under our watch deliver on their public mandate. I wish in that context to make a few comments to add to the illustration that the Minister has made. Firstly, I would like to just make a few comments about Denel, which arguably remains a very strategic national security asset for the country. This government recognizes and is committed to finding a viable solution that recognizes this imperative and the need for self-sustainability. The recent seismic shifts and the consolidation of geopolitical dynamics and regional threats of terrorism underscore the strategic importance of this entity. Denel's business model as a system integrator depends significantly on local manufacturers, manufacturers to supply critical components and subsystems. The disruption of this delicate relationship with suppliers has become one of the binding constraints regarding Denel's operations. As we speak, we have instituted several measures to ensure that Denel does get back from the state in which it is. We have, for instance, put together a business case that is already before both the Ministers of Finance and Defense en route to the Cabinet for decision. Of the other measures that have been put in place, the National Treasury has approved the allocation to settle the 3.4 billion guaranteed debt, which was costing Denel in excess of 200 million in interest payment per annum. We've also engaged AMSCO together with the Department of Defense so as to ensure sustainable funding of the critical capabilities that Denel is managing on behalf of the Department of Defense. This is but a few of the measures that already have been instituted, and through them and others I have not referred to, we're hoping to see the situation changing for the better for Denel, and thus reverse the negative things that have happened there, not to mention the challenge that the employees have had to face without salaries for such elongated periods. It is a matter to which we are sparing no effort to get it corrected. In respect of Alexco, the diamond mining company, honorable members are in the know that this continues to operate under a joint venture with a component that represents the community of the Richtersveld community. We've committed ourselves to ensure the smoothing as well as improving the operations at Alexco so that there could be better returns for both Alexco as well as the entity representing the community of Alexco. Those who are closer to the resolution of that restitution would know the intractable challenges that are there in respect of the structures that have been put in place, suggested through courts to ensure the management of the relationship as well as the benefit to the communities. We've set ourselves this year to make sure that those are streamlined so that the communities can start feeling the good in what they received in the restoration that has been done of their land. With respect to Safcol, our forestry company, this is one of the entities that haven't been bedeviled as much as others with this phenomenon of state capture. The focus going forward is going to be innovation and growth strategy that is informed by the Forestry Master Plan, which is aimed at encouraging the sector growth, investment, job creation, as well as competitiveness. Safcol, on the strength of its balance sheet and the fact that it is one of those that is not encumbered, is proceeding with a very ambitious program to ensure the diversification of the product portfolio so as to ensure that it ventures into other areas to beneficiate better the products that they are producing. In this respect, there is already very positive reflection from amongst the banking sector. Appetite is very visible to partner with the entity in some of the projects, ecotourism, pole treatment, as well as combined heat and power. This is one of the priority focal areas for the year to ensure that there is sustained revenue growth for the entity. Regarding the entity South African Express, it is one of those entities that finally was put under liquidation. We are monitoring that process so that we can ensure that there is value. We do not unnecessarily lose some of the value that has been built into that entity over the many years. And where possible, strategic partners could be found so as to revive that entity in that we look to ensuring that the interests, particularly of the workers, are not sacrificed. As I conclude, Chair, allow me just to comment. Honorable Nana did remind us about some of the things of the past. Unfortunately, really, including the honorable member who was complaining at affirmative action, we shouldn't be going back there. Let's rather deal with the challenges as they present themselves, work together to resolve them. Because some of the structural problems, intractable structural problems, are as a result that they used to be before the democratic dispensation. A minority that cared only for the minority in this country ensured that they get inferior education, such that as we talk today, the democratic government has to be seized with ensuring that there's capacity built, but also that there's a reflection of the demographics of our society. So I think we should really be going back there. Thank you very much. We urge the budget to be noted and passed. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, for taking part in the debate. We are moving forward, honorable members. We now invite Honorable Radebe from the Inkatha Freedom Party to also take part in the debate. Honorable Radebe.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, honorable members. It is safe to say that every year we deliver the same message to the Minister of Public Enterprises. We offer our patience, support, and register our dissatisfaction with the SOEs under his department. And every year we get spun the same message that the department is trying. The fact of the matter is that for the last 5 years, we have not seen the kind of reforms to this department and its entities that would bring about in realizing its intended mandate. Yet, these departments' entities continue to request regular and recurring bailouts with all sorts of turnaround strategies that usher none at all. I hope that the minister will not try to dodge his responsibility and shift blame solely to the entities. We cannot accept the avoidance of accountability by the minister any longer. The fact is these department's entities are failing. It is the minister's responsibility to ensure that the entities run according to the objectives of the NDP and overall vision for the government. It is also why the president has imposed performance agreements with cabinet, so that ministers actually perform the task of realizing government's mandate. Whilst the IFP believes that SOEs should be privatized, we also recognize that they can, under the correct governance and leadership, yield tremendous benefits for the economic development of the country. They are meant to stimulate the economy through job creation and market competition. They should add to the overall GDP of the country and offer the state additional income for expenditure on developmental programs. They should be leading the country towards a type of business model that can be projected to international investors that signals South Africa is a dream destination for investment and job creation. It is safe to say our SOEs are a jack at none of these criteria, and certainly not a master of any. Bailout after bailout for SAA and SAPO and entities alike brought about little change to the economic development of the country. Tender irregularities, fraud, and maladministration still run rampant in the corridors of many entities in this country. SOEs simply become a liability to the state. It is not only the taxpayer that is struck a blow with the ever-increasing income tax, but also the lower-ranking government official who has had their PIC contribution disappear without a trace. Eskom is the biggest liability of all the SOEs. The world is moving on to smart, sustainable energy, and Eskom is still fighting the renaissance back of coal-fired power stations with a permanent misfire at Medupi. It costs us billions of rands every time Eskom brings about load shedding and severe damage to grassroots level businesses that are trying to put food on the table. Honorable Chairperson, the situation of our SOEs and the biggest offender of all of them, Eskom, is getting worse. We need urgent intervention by all members of this House to actually bring about the necessary change to this department through regular and intensive oversight. Based on the Minister's response, we will decide whether or not to support the report through votes and schedules. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Adede from the Inkatha Freedom Party for taking part in the debate of Vote 10 Public Enterprise. We are now inviting Honorable Smith from the Democratic Alliance to also take part in the debate on Vote 10 Public Enterprise. The floor is yours, Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hope my audio is proper with the network.
Very proper.
Is that good? I'm happy. Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, and fellow South Africans. I firstly want to respond to the Honourable Minister Gordon. You refer to state capture and corruption as a foreign or external or third force. Take some ownership, Honourable Minister. connect the dots, as you always say. It is the ANC and your cadre deployment committee who are responsible. It is the ANC who is responsible, not someone else. Honorable Mamorobela, at the point I was wondering if you're taking part in the right budget vote debate. Ma'am, I just want to remind you, you're not at Brand South Africa anymore. SAA scarcely have one airplane still in the air. How on earth do you expect them to keep tourism afloat? Really? Honorable Mamorobela, your ANC cadres sold all the defense secrets, secret intellectual capital at Denel to a foreign defense company. That's why it's a mess. Honorable Mvoko, I'm amused on how you try to claim a DA success as if it is the ANC. Yes, Honorable Member, Kouga is the DA, is the bright blue DA light at the end of an ANC dark tunnel. Honorable Modise, I've got only one thing to say. I have two tips for you. Firstly, write your own speeches. And number two, speak in your home language. Bua ka Setswana ma ki kgopela. Honorable Masuele, we are 28 years in now, and you only want to listen to reason now. It's, yeah, it's laughable. More money taken away from the actual poor to pay for the ANC mess called the null. Sorry, Deputy Minister, if we as South Africans don't have any trust for the ANC or in the ANC anymore. Honorable Minister, I see you're planning to establish a holding company for all public enterprises. Now that is a good plan if you want to capture all entities at one go. Minister, what happened to your slogan when you were Minister of COGTA? Back to basics. In management, they have a theory called KISS, which stands for Keep It Simple, Stupid. Minister, I know your hands are actually cut off by your comrades in the RET faction within the ANC. I get your frustration, Minister, but don't despair. The DA is here to assist you to get rid of those unnecessary entities that is sucking our country dry. And we as the DA will also help you to privatize some of them because we are actually the brainchild of those concepts that you and some logical members of your party at long last acknowledged and accepted. And when you fail, don't worry, Minister, 2024 is around the corner, and then you can leave 1652 behind, and then you can choose to be part of the new coalition government led by the DA. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Smith, for taking part in the debate. We are proceeding. We will now invite Honorable Nyambi, the House Chair, to also take part in the debate of Vote 10 Public Enterprise on behalf of the African National Congress. Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members. It's always an honor to participate in this very important debate. Honorable Smith, can I remind you that we're debating public enterprise policy vote? That's the debate it's all about. It's not about all these honorable members we are mentioning. And as African National Congress will always be upfront to lead the fight against corruption, hence all the structures we have established to deal with corruption. You know very well. Honorable Chair, the uncomfortable feeling is that port and rail freight have been performing below optimal levels over the past few years due to various factors, including lack of maintenance in the ports and the rail network infrastructure, the unavailability of equipment,
the high cost of port tariffs relative to international competitors, the theft of cables, and related vandalism of infrastructure, challenges in government procurement regulation, just to name but a few. All these factors, Chair, including the countless others not mentioned here, as outlined by the Deputy Minister and the Honorable Minister, are responsible for the largest share of disruption which results in ports and rail inefficiencies. To respond to this, the ANC-led government, Honorable Smith, has revitalized Transnet so that the entity can effectively fit into the complement the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, the ERRP, and the National Development Plan. In other words, Honorable Smith, the actions and priority interventions envisaged as part of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan and the National Development Plan, if actively applied to Transnet, will greatly assist the entity to overcome the factors which are responsible for ports and rail inefficiencies highlighted earlier. Not this thing of cadre deployment you are talking about, as you know nothing about them. Honorable Chairperson, Transnet's growth and renewal strategy based on private sector participation aligned with Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan and the National Development Plan, which mandate Transnet to leverage the private sector in provision of both infrastructure and operation where required. The participation of the private sector will over time enable Transnet not only to address the many historical barriers to entry for new participants in the ports, rail and pipeline business, but also to invest in more efficient logistics solutions necessary to remove the factors already highlighted that constrain economic activity in the country. Moreover, Chair, there is a need to bring in the private sector to enhance South Africa logistic competitiveness, to provide a big incentive to regional and continental trade competitiveness, to realize the self-objective goals of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, as well as international trade competitiveness to improve South Africa's reputation as an exporter of high value-added products. This said, Chair, Transnet is not a verge of finalizing the private sector partnership for the Durban and Ngqura container terminals in KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape provinces, in line with the establishment of Transnet National Ports Authority as a subsidiary, which also mandates Transnet to implement new creative partnership with the private sector to strengthen the entity's financial sustainability and operational viability. The entry of the new private sector players will not be limited at Deep Container Terminal and the Kaalfontein Terminal Auto Supply Chain Integration and Renewal. The participation of the private sector in these container terminals as the transformation of the key value chain services. In particular, Chair, the implementation of the third-party access in container terminals lend Transnet the opportunity to improve, including coal, iron ore, manganese, chrome, magnetite, and so on, as well as the auto and container through the increase in rail utilization from 1 to 4 trains every 2 days per week, especially at the Port of Durban in KwaZulu-Natal province. Honorable Chair, to date, Transnet has achieved significant improvement in the speed of service delivery in core segments, as well as the auto and containers through the increased in rail utilization. For example, the reopening of the Leeuwfontein link in Gauteng province has improved the turnaround time of the automotive industry. Really, it contributes towards the reindustrialization of South Africa economy. There is a real potential for export growth in automotive industry as 7 original equipment manufacturers made commitment of 40 billion investment in the next 5 years. And this will impact positively on both employment in automotive industry. We stand at around 120,000 employees at the export share, which accounts for 14% of South Africa exports. Most important is the need for the ANC-led government to revise the automotive development strategy of South Africa to ensure that the local content value increase from 40 to 60%. Furthermore, Transnet has identified key opportunities to expand the Port of Durban, the Port of Port Elizabeth, and the Port of East London in KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape provinces, respectively, to match the potential export growth in automotive industry. For yet another example, Honorable Smith, the completion of the rehabilitation of Thurwood Railway, restoration of the 27 train per day, and in turn, this open new opportunities for investment to match the demand for rolling stock overhauls and upgrades. Chairperson, the restoration of 27 trains per day will assist in stabilizing Transnet engineering, which is currently facing serious challenges in terms of viability and sustainability due to insufficient demand in current rolling stock, partly because of the variability of international demand from Transnet Rail Raid, which is unpredictable on the annual basis. To respond to this, Transnet has instituted civil claims in the Gauteng High Court to set aside the entire procurement of the 1,064 locomotives. Of course, the resolution of these locomotives contract is set to improve the demand for rolling stock maintenance material and access to contained parts on the side of Transnet Freight from Transnet Engineering. Chairperson, His Excellency Honorable President Ramaphosa stated in the 2022 State of the Nation Address, SONA, that, open quote, our economy cannot grow without efficient ports, close quote. Efforts focused on improving operational inefficiency are underway at the Port of Durban in KwaZulu-Natal province. To date, Transnet team formed with daily operation meetings held an implementing review done bi-weekly at Port of Durban, as well as the decongestion stream, as the collaboration between TNPA and the Ethekwini municipality to transfer Maidon Wharf Road, Port of Durban, to is finalized. To comprehend this properly, Honorable Smith, Transnet National base from subsidiary island to reach Richards Bay and forged a partnership with Ethekwini municipality to develop second access road to link the Port of Durban with N2 to alleviate traffic congestion. Honorable Nana, but these recent floods in KwaZulu-Natal may slow the implementation of these efforts. Nonetheless, the current evidence shows that the ANC-led government is really hard at work. In addition to the efforts focused on improving operational efficiencies at the Port of Durban, the Presidential Infrastructure Fund, through Presidential Ramaphosa Investment Drive, has earmarked potential private investment of 100 billion towards the expansion of the port in the next decade or more to increase its capacity, aligned to the ANC-led government plan to accelerate infrastructure-led economic recovery and reconstruction, as outlined in the Economic Reconstruction and the Recovery Plan, as well as the Operation Vulindlela joint initiative of the Presidency and National Treasury. The expansion of the Port of Durban will create sizable job opportunities, Honorable Nana, linked to the construction and operation, and this will definitely benefit the residents of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa in particular. It's going to be the youth, women, and people with disabilities. Honorable Chairperson, the Presidential State-Owned Enterprise Council operation performances were halted by the state capture. Through the recommendation of the Presidential SOE's Council, Alesco has managed to fulfill some of its responsibilities, but there's still a lot that has to be done before it turns to the tide. A key takeaway is that Alesco liquidity has tremendously improved due to settlement of significant obligations, as well as reduced personnel costs that the solvent. In addition, Alesco has acquired a license to sell a market diamond through the State Diamond Trader in the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. These are positive signs, Honorable Nana and Honorable Smith, because Alesco is a strategic enterprise that can be able to realize for South African citizenship in general and the residents of Richveld in the Northern Cape a larger fraction of the potential value of diamond resources. To complement the restructuring of Alesco, the Northern Cape province has a comprehensive economic plan which involves, among other things, the creation of Namakwa Special Economic Zone and the Burebai Harbour. Namakwa have access to domestic, regional, and international markets. Meanwhile, Burebai intends to reduce the cost of moving cargo within the provincial hinterland. These projects will reduce Alesco cost of doing business in two complementary ways. Firstly, Namakwa Special Economic Zone will contribute towards the process of revenue and thus contribute to social economic empowerment of the surrounding communities. Second, unlock the greater export logistic capacity for diamonds in the province. This in turn will allow the joint venture to take advantage of economies of scale. Therefore, it is important to support Alesco at all costs, since evidence indicates that the losses of maintaining Alesco within the public sector are greater than the associated losses of privatization. The Department of Public Administration, Public Enterprise, Honorable Chair, has been able to perform under very difficult circumstances, and the annual performance plan are steering the state-owned enterprise in the direction of economic reconstruction and recovery plan, ERRP. The select committee will continue monitoring the collaborative efforts of the Department of Public Enterprise and the presidential state-owned enterprise to ensure that they devote their time towards stabilizing and restructuring the SOEs. Honorable Smith and Honorable Nana, we have to give credit where it's due. Of course, let us be constructive when criticizing, but we know very well that when we happen to have the minister coming to do presentation at committee level, we engage, we ask robust questions. But as ANC, we definitely support this budget vote because it will go a long way to make our country to move forward. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi, for taking part in the debate on vote 10, public enterprise. Honorable members, we are proceeding. We will now invite the Honorable Pravin Gordhan to reply to the debate, and by so doing also closing the debate on vote 10, public enterprise. Honorable PV Gordhan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thanks to the various members for their contributions, whether they were constructive or not, of course, is to be determined. But nonetheless, there is some valuable material for debate. But there's also material that we need to respond to for purposes of clarification. It's not all of the ANC that believe that it will rule until Jesus comes. There are the vast majority of ANC members who believe in the democratic principle, who believe in elections, who believe in the Constitution. Secondly, if Mr. Nana has evidence that the CEO has said anywhere, that is the Eskom CEO, that is receiving political instructions of any kind, please provide that evidence, because I don't think it actually exists. So please, let us not cook up stories of this sort in order to discredit or individuals or to gain political advantage where none actually exists. As far as Honorable De Bruin is concerned, the Deputy Minister has responded to him. Mr. De Bruin, kindly have some historical perspective. It'll help you to understand what is going on. Although I know, like many of the people on this platform, you owe your job to the FF+. It doesn't mean that everything that they tell you has a merit at the end of the day. And the same applies to Honorable Arnold as well, who finally did say he does not reject the budget, which is good news, but I think it was accidental. And his narrative comes directly from headquarters, so one can't take that too seriously. Because one will have to ask him, what has the EFF been up to in Swane, in Johannesburg, and elsewhere when they were in alliance with the other party that has been very self-righteous today, which is the DA. I have a great regard for Mr. Protowet. I don't quite get the pronunciation right, so forgive me for that, and for his research. I'm not as good at rugby as he is, but I think the fly half is a much more pivotal player than the scrum half. We agree that there are huge possibilities for the Durban Harbour and the environment to be refashioned and replanned. And in fact, we have been talking about that to the province and to the city for the past few months. And you'll see some progress in this regard as we go forward. Honorable Hadebe, the evidence is there that we are making progress, and I painted some of that for you in my earlier presentation. But as they say, there's none so deaf as those who would not hear. But I can tell you with an absolutely clear conscience that we try 24 hours a day to do the best we can within the limits that a shareholder has to improve these SOEs incrementally, but importantly, nonetheless in the right kind of direction. Honorable Smith, self-praise is, as you know, no recommendation whatsoever. So there's been some responses to what you've actually said. The IP was not sold to foreigners. If you want to talk about it offline, I'm willing to do that, because it's interesting who are the people who had the IP between the ears and where they sit today and where they chose to go in exchange for a few extra dollars, because it's the dollars that actually made the difference. To my colleagues and comrades from the ANC, Honorable Nyambi, Modise, and Mamorabela, I think each of you have played an important role in putting facts on the table, and hopefully your colleagues in the NCOP will give some deference to that. Finally, Chair, I want to emphasize that rebuilding a broken institution takes time. I think very few of the people who today want to criticize what is going on have ever taken this responsibility upon their shoulders. It also takes courage, it takes bold leadership, and it takes single-minded determination. Reinventing strategy in the process of rebuilding requires a clear vision, a recognition of market and community volatility, new technology developments, and awareness of the competitive environment, and astute change management and strategies as well. The institutions we work with are vital to the recovery and reconstruction of our economy, and we're very conscious of that. And more importantly, to the millions of South Africans who want to have a better job, a better life, and a better prospect for their own children. So let me make this final attempt at an invitation, which is normally futile, but that we do it nonetheless. That our attempts at reconstructing these SOEs should be a united national effort that advances the good, defends against the vile and corrupt, who are intent on making sure that South Africa does not work, who are intent on making sure that as criminals they avoid the jails, and who are intent on making sure that at any cost whatsoever, they survive the consequences of their deeds. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for replying and thereby also closing the debate on vote 10. Allow me to take this opportunity to express a word of thanks to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and all the delegates who participated in the debate of vote 10, the Department of Public Enterprise. Honorable members, we now proceed to the fourth and sixth orders of the day. And as we do that, I will be heading over to the House Chair, Honorable Nyambi, to take the center stage. Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to once again join what you have said, echo what you have said, to thank Minister, now welcome Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to open the debate. Honorable Minister Lamola.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Honorable John Jeffrey. The Deputy Minister for Correctional Services, Honorable Nkosi Pategile Olomisa. The Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, Honorable Sheikh. Honorable members of the Select Committee, honorable members, the Director General of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Advocate Dok Mashawana, the Acting National Commissioner for Correctional Services, Mr. Mahoti Chobakale, all honorable members. From the onset, I would like to reiterate the vision of my term in office. It can be found in the words of an African great writer, Chena Achebe, who said, and I quote, "A functioning, robust democracy requires a healthy, educated, participatory fellowship and an educated, morally grounded leadership," unquote. Honorable Chairperson, the process to build a professional, ethical, and a capable department has begun and will continue through the implementation of various frameworks and initiatives. Both the senior management of the department and myself remain committed to addressing all the issues raised by the Auditor General that affect the audit opinion. The budget allocation of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development for the financial year 2020-2023 amounts to 22.4 billion rands. This is an increase of approximately 550 million rands. This administration has taken a clear step to reinvest in the justice system. The allocation will help accelerate the extensive work already underway to recover from the unprecedented impact of the pandemic while delivering a more efficient and modern justice system. The budget is an inclusive of the allocation for the National Prosecuting Authority and transfer to the two constitutional bodies, namely the Public Protector and the South African Human Rights Commission. The budget allocation also provides funding for the Information Regulator as well as transfer to the Legal Aid South Africa, the Special Investigating Unit, and a direct charge to the National Revenue Fund in respect of the magistrates' salaries. This budget enables the departments and its entities to execute their respective constitutional and statutory mandates. Legal Aid South Africa budget allocation. During this financial year, Legal Aid South Africa is allocated 2 billion rands. It is one of the few entities in government with a distinguishable honor of being recognized amongst the top employers in South Africa for the 13th consecutive year. Legal Aid South Africa has increased the threshold for its means test, ensuring that access to justice is expanded to those who cannot afford it. Most legal practitioners who were previously providing legal representatives to farm occupiers, labor tenants, and restitution claimants through the Land Rights Management Unit of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development have been accredited with Legal Aid South Africa on the judicial system and continue to provide legal services as required. This development enables Legal Aid South Africa to contribute to South Africa's land justice program. This means our vulnerable farm dwellers, farm workers, and those who want to claim the land can now walk into any legal aid offices across the country for services that they need with regards to evictions that are happening in some parts of the country. This is an important development. The National Prosecuting Authority budget allocation. NPA has been allocated 4.9 billion rands, which is an increase of 374 million rands. Last year, we had set aside 160 million rands for the investigative directorate. This year's allocation has increased by 137 million rands to 243 million rands in this financial year. In the 2022-23 financial year period, we will continue to focus on restoring the NPA's credibility through addressing its ability to attend to matters of corruption, of crime in our country, issues of gender-based violence. Ensuring that the NPA delivers quality prosecutions, high conviction rates were maintained in all court forums. Conviction rates of 91.1% in the high courts, 80.8% in the regional courts, 94% in the district courts were recorded in the current financial year. To sustain this, we established a special commercial crimes courts in all provinces. Every province now has its own special commercial crime courts, and we have enhanced the capability at Palm Ridge and the Tshwane special commercial crimes courts. We also welcome the arrest of the two Gupta brothers by the authorities in the UAE, and we continue to cooperate with them through diplomatic channels to ensure that the fugitives from justice will account in our courts of law. And we want to assure South Africans that they will definitely come back. We know that the extradition can be a protracted legal process, but as the government of South Africa, we stand ready to ensure that all are complied with, and we want to ensure that the Gupta brothers must come back to account in our courts. Same goes with the well-known Prophet Bushiri. He will also come back to our country. We are awaiting processes in Malawi, and his matter will soon be heard in the Malawi courts. This year, the SIU marks its 25th anniversary with an allocation of 452 million rands. In the last financial year, the SIU achieved significant recoveries through combining quality investigations with civil litigation. We appreciate the words of encouragement received from the NCOP on the work of the SIU in the last 2 financial years, and we have conveyed the message accordingly. Between 2013 and 2021, the SIU has recovered public money and assets amounting to 2.6 billion rands, set aside contracts with a value of 18 billion rands. As of 26 March 2022, SIU referred matters worth 75.1 billion rands for civil litigation in the High Courts and the Special Tribunal for Civil Litigation. In support of the aspirations of the Summit Declaration and the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and in particular in response to the demands of women who took to the streets in 2018 against the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, I introduced the GBV bills in August 2020, which the President recently assented into on the 28th January 2022. And I want also to thank the NCOP for the quick manner in which you processed and ensured that these bills goes through. In continuing with our commitment to provide a victim-centered court system, in the 2022-2023 financial year, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development will upgrade additional disability-centered courts above the 75 courts introduced in the previous financial year. With these courts, the department is progressively building a court system that observes the reasonable accommodation for court users with disability to ensure the equal enjoyment of the right to equal protection and benefit of the law and fundamental freedoms by all. Rationalizations of the divisions of the High Court. Item 16.6 to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa enjoins me as the Cabinet Minister responsible for the administration of justice to manage the rationalization of all courts and legislation with a view of establishing a judicial system suited to the requirements of the Constitution. A rationalization committee under the leadership of the former Deputy Chief Justice, Tekgang Moseneke, is overseeing this process and will soon be engaged in consultative engagements with all the relevant stakeholders within the justice family to ensure that this process is inclusive. The rationalization will affect all provinces, and we look forward to updating the National Council of Provinces on the issues raised. This will enable access to justice, will also enable us to resolve some of the cross-border challenges that our people are facing to deal with issues of access to justice. As an example, the people of Mabopane, they cannot go to the Gauteng High Court to resolve their disputes. They still need to go to the High Court in Mahikeng. And some people in the Eastern Cape have to move from East London to Grahamstown to deal with their matters and passing the Bishop High Court. So the rationalization process is aimed to dismantle the apartheid era court boundaries and make our court boundaries to be in line with our municipal and provincial demarcation. This will further enable access to our people. The year of the community. This is the 25th year of the Constitution coming into effect. It is a milestone for our nation that the department has marked over the past year. We will continue to celebrate through community engagements, provincial symposia, and national conference, among others, throughout the year ahead. Honorable members, under the Department of Correctional Services, the Department of Correctional Services also faces budget cuts in line with government move to cut expenditure. Arising from this eventuality, the department adopted an innovative approach centered on the implementation of a self-sufficient strategic framework across all correctional centers in the country. In the 2022-23 financial year, the Department of Correctional Services will save an estimated 163 million rands through implementing self-sufficiency, where offenders will produce their own food and uniform. We know that good work often does not make news headlines, but this is something worth headlines. The offenders will continue to work to increase the current production level in our farms, in our bakeries, and all our production workshops, because some of them, they operate at less than 20%. But we aim that our farms must operate at 100%. We aim that our production workshops must operate at 100%. We are going to ensure that this is done in a safe way, but also in a manner that benefits the offenders to gain the necessary skills as they move out of our correctional centers. Honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, the Department of Correctional Services continue to expand opportunities for inmates through transferring of skills and rehabilitation programs. We have equally steered many inmates towards the right track, where they recognize errors of their previous ways of crime. We want to assure you, honorable members, that as correctional services, we indeed have good stories to tell. Moreover, based on some of our parolees who are role models in their communities. Through their actions and projects, these parolees contribute towards restoring confidence in the system of corrections. In KwaZulu-Natal, inmates are manufacturing school uniforms for victims of floods. 300 learners from Gwadu Zinex Primary School, Gwadina Baubo Secondary School, and Ngungulu High School will benefit from these projects and have their dignity restored. We are utilizing offender labor to build the zone de family in Gwampumuza, near Peter Marisbeke House. These come after the Mampumuza Traditional Council secured building material and registered a request with the department to avail offender labor to construct a 4-room house for the family. In Limpopo, a 62-year-old parolee, Mr. Khalane Tobejan, who served a life sentence for the murder and robbery, has turned around his life after acquiring baking skills from correctional services. He established his own bakery with the assistance of the Small Enterprise Development Agency, SEDA. Currently, his bakery produces 240 loaves daily. During my interaction with the community and stakeholders in Kokadia, Neisner, in the Western Cape, community members appeal for us to assist in renovating recreational and sporting facility for their children. I'm pleased to announce that the Department of Correctional Services, working together with the local municipality, has, through utilization of offender labor, renovated the Neisner sports field. Kids are now going to play. They are going to be far away from crime. Honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, rising tides of youth in correctional facilities worry us. This is tragic to us as young people are the future of our country. This call on all of us to pursue the objectives of youth development. It is against this background that the Department of Correctional Service will provide learnership opportunities to plus minus 3,000 young people across all provinces. We also looking at programs to respond and empower the victims of crime, because we are criticized for only enabling offenders to gain skills and to gain the necessary empowerment. And we are looking at programs that will respond to the victims of crime to ensure that there is an equilibrium and that the dignity of the victims is also restored. This is a mission we are carrying to ensure equitable justice for the people of South Africa. In conclusion, honorable members, allow me to table before this August House the budget of the Department of Correctional Services amounting to 26.1 billion rands for the 2022-2023 financial year. I thank you, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Lamula, Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. Thank you. I'll now invite Honorable Shaik, Chairperson of the Select Committee of Justice and Correctional Development. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself. Greetings to the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Honorable Lamola, the Deputy Ministers, Honorable Holomisa and Honorable Jeffrey, members of the Executive Councils, Honorable delegates of the National Council of Provinces, compatriots, comrades and friends. The National Development Plan requires, amongst others, that we build safer communities, promote accountability and fight corruption, and strengthen judicial governance and the rule of law. Achieving a safe South Africa as envisioned in Chapter 12 of the NDP, free of fear and corruption, requires an integrated approach with a criminal justice system, local government, community participation, private sector and role players involved in economic and social development. The National Development Plan requires continued efforts to strengthen the effectiveness of the criminal justice system, including the police, prosecutors, courts, and correctional facilities, radically reduce levels of corruption and crime, particularly trio and contact crimes, and promote community involvement. The fight against crime cannot be separated from the need for social and economic transformation. By tackling the three challenges of unemployment, poverty, and the unequal distribution of the country's wealth, each sector of society has to play its part in creating conditions where crime may no longer thrive. Chairperson, amongst the priorities raised by the President in the State of the Nation address is the need to strengthen the system to protect whistleblowers, engaging the judiciary for the creation of special court roles for state capture and corruption cases, continuing to intensify and fight against gender-based violence and femicide and youth employment. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development has declared 2022-23 the year of the community, which the Minister had also alluded to. This will culminate in the rollout of an extensive community outreach program to interact with communities about justice services and issues of constitutionalism, promotion of human rights, and respect of the law. In addressing the skills gap, the department committed to train employees in order to improve the quality and efficiency of services rendered. The department plans to conduct 30 specialized training programs through the Justice College. With regard to modernization and online services, the department is still developing and finalizing the online service, and upon completion, they will work with the Department of Communications to inform members of the public after the system is implemented properly. The department is establishing and capacitating special commercial crime courts by 2024. In 2022-23, the department will be ensuring that the capacity and efficacy of the specialized crime courts is enhanced and optimized, coordinating the implementation of the National Action Plan to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, a framework for the virtual repository on disaggregated statistical data, for the measurement of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance is to be developed by the 31st of March 2023. Chairperson, the President declared the scourge of gender-based violence as the second pandemic. It needs to be addressed with urgency. The department is currently in phase 4 of the Femicide Watch implementation and is using the Integrated Justice System Hub where different departments exchange data. Furthermore, the department has implemented an SMS notification system to ensure communication between the courts and victims in order for victims of domestic violence to know the stage of proceedings. We welcome the department's initiatives and commitment to addressing gender-based violence and femicide. Chairperson, Court Services is a crucial program of the department, particularly in respect of the provision of access to justice directly to citizens in both urban and rural areas. Access to justice will be increased by focusing on reducing case backlogs. The department is implementing rapid response mechanisms to unblock blockages and reduce backlogs. Audiovisual solutions, the department will institute the audiovisual solutions in 85 courts. They have already submitted a business plan to CETA for publication. Access to rural areas, with regard to the challenges of long traveling distances and the poor conditions of roads for communities to access the court, the department plans to, amongst others, refurbish a bus to convert it into mobile services and to include services of the Master's Office. The department's prioritization of increasing access to justice through modernization and online services and innovative methods of increasing access to rural communities is encouraging. We are also hopeful that the district development model will assist to create synergies and relationships with other departments and foster outreach in rural communities. Chairperson, the ANC government is committed in the fight against fraud, corruption, and maladministration. An anti-corruption paper has been produced, and the anti-corruption agencies, which reviews all entities. There will be consultation with various government departments, and they have already identified several pieces of legislation that may have to be strengthened in terms of ensuring a good architecture for addressing corruption. When the first report of the Zondo Commission was released, the NPA established a task force made up of various departments to prioritize cases. Experienced prosecutors have been used, and they are in discussion with the Zondo Commission to use the forensic resources of the Commission as well as to obtain additional resources such as advocates and investigators from the Commission to assist. The medium-term strategic framework envisages an improvement in corruption perception by the end of the 5-year period. The SIU will contribute by reducing levels of fraud and corruption in the private and public sectors, freezing money and assets, establishing and strengthening the capacity of the Special Tribunal for Civil Recoveries, and increasing the use of financial intelligence reports in identifying high-priority cases. Collaborative efforts need to be undertaken by all law enforcement agencies to deal directly and decisively with corruption to ensure successful prosecutions and convictions. The focus on the reduction of crime and corruption through effective prosecution is of the utmost importance in responding to the recommendations emanating from the Zondo Commission report. Honorable Chair, the department has 46 management areas which have been aligned to the 44 districts and 8 metropolitans in the district delivery model. The DDM enables the department to focus on self-sustainability through prioritization of production workshops, agriculture projects, as well as looking into district-specific opportunities that promote offender rehabilitation, coupled with producing commodities required within the department, as well as other government departments in a safe and conducive environment. By developing community-related rehabilitation programs, a smoother transition of offender reintegration back into communities would be facilitated. Honorable Chair, the implementation of the COVID-19 special parole dispensation during 2020-2021 and 2021-22 has resulted in a reduction in the offender population of 14,005 as at 28th of May 2021. Despite the reduction in the inmate population, most correctional facilities remain at or over capacity. The approved departmental overcrowding reduction strategy provides direct and indirect measures To reduce and manage the population of remand detainees and sentenced offenders, the current ratio is 1 official to 4 inmates, and insufficient bed spaces remain a challenge. With regard to rehabilitation, the department will continue to strengthen collaboration with external service providers through regular engagements and in line with the set service level standards. The current COVID-19 regulations and budgetary constraints require regular reprioritization for new and alternative strategies to be implemented based on operational needs and capacity. The implementation of the self-sufficiency and sustainability framework is one of the department's strategies aimed at developing and utilizing state assets to reduce the costs incurred by the fiscus and to generate revenue for the department. We welcome and encourage the department to implement its self-sufficiency and sustainability framework. The COVID-19 pandemic affected the execution of social reintegration processes, resulting in reduced physical monitoring of offenders and restorative justice. Integration with district and regional models will be prioritized to ensure accessibility of services to parolees and probationers. Given the prevailing economic conditions, concerted efforts will be made to engage partners such as government departments, non-government organizations, faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, communities at large, to provide aftercare and support in ensuring successful reintegration. Honorable Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic has placed increased pressure on the Department of Correctional Services to provide adequate security for staff and inmates, as infected and exposed inmates need to be isolated and quarantined, which poses difficulties as most of the centers are overcrowded. Accordingly, the department will, over the MTEF period, ensure that the incarceration program responds to such challenges arising from the pandemic. The department plans to facilitate restorative justice by increasing the number of victims participating in restorative justice programs from 4,100 in 2022-23 to 5,300 in 2024-2025 through its community reintegration subprogram and the social reintegration program. Chairperson, the department reported that it met its target with regards to escapes. The department recorded 22 escapes in the previous financial year, however, re-arrests were made. The department has an escape prevention plan in place, and monitoring is ongoing with review of the standard operating procedures. The department has plans in place for this financial year to train the entire value chain on security protocols. The report of the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services has made 3 findings. These include overcrowding and the fact that it presents capacity problems to the department, but also affects living conditions of offenders, the state of the correctional facilities, especially with regard to maintenance and unnatural deaths and injuries due to security incidents. And the department indicated that they work very closely with the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services to rectify issues raised and provide space and support for the JICS to produce their work. Further, the department is working on legislation and they're busy with consultations thereon to provide independence and separation of powers to the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services. We urge the department to continue to work closely with the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services to ensure that inmates are safe and treated with dignity and their human rights are protected within correctional centers. The department should work speedily to finalize legislation for the independence of the Judicial Inspectorate. The department is encouraged to implement security strategies and to fill all vacancies of doctors, nurses, social workers, and psychologists to ensure that there is adequate capacity and care and support for inmates, as well as improving staff morale, particularly in light of high levels of overcrowding. In conclusion, Honourable Chair, the ANC supports the Budget Vote 22 Correctional Services and Budget Vote 25 Justice and Constitutional Development. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Shaik. I'll now invite Honourable Mikalakis.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine. There's an old saying that goes back to the 1st and 2nd century when it was still referred to as the wheels of the gods. These wheels have been turning for centuries, but for many South Africans, these wheels have frustratingly grinded to a halt. The wheels of justice aren't turning slowly anymore. For some, they are not turning at all. The hard lockdown imposed by the ANC government in March 2020 has had many unintentional repercussions, not least on the justice system, where the Master's Office and Deeds Office are seemingly still struggling to get ahead of the backlog that was built up. The thing is, during COVID, people did not stop dying. On the contrary, the estates started piling up. Economic activity had to continue. Properties had to be sold, new trusts created, guardian fund payments had to be paid. The government in some instances might have come to a complete standstill, but the people of this country did not have a choice. We had to carry on. Add to this the massive cyber attack that hit the Master's integrated case management system on 5 September last year, which connects more than 400 magistrates' offices and the Master's office, and endless delays were the result. House Chairperson, I'm sure we all would agree that the last thing a grieving family needs is for a bank account of a deceased loved one to be frozen and the estate not being able to make any progress unnecessarily. Funeral costs, day-to-day expenses, bills, all of this on top of having to deal with their loss. In cases where the spouse dies a few months after the initial deceased, without the first estate being finalized, it further adds to the legal complications. Another example is the maintenance court delays in paying out beneficiaries. Again, here, it's the most vulnerable in our society that are affected, the ones most in need of justice. Then, House Chairperson, there are the courts themselves, where I have personally visited clerks in general offices who have to use their own cell phones to get the job done, because between the court managers and others within the department responsible for the buildings and the Department of Public Works, things are literally falling apart. We get it, Minister. The Minister of Public Works is frustrating and ineffective. We didn't want her either. But you either have to sort the thing out, or even better, become vocal in favor of Cabinet getting rid of the Public Works Department altogether, so that you can take control of your own buildings. I'm sure you will not be the only member in Cabinet to support this idea. What I'm trying to convey to you by giving the example of the clerks who use their own phones and airtime to get the job done is this. Those are people who do not earn fat salaries. They pitch up for work in court buildings that are falling apart. In some cases, they are expected to fill the void where vacancies exist without receiving a larger salary, and the morale is low. They are often, to my theory, not treated well by those who rely on them, although they are, in my view, the most important people within our court systems. Yet they care enough about the work they do that they use their own resources to get that work done, often without a thank you. They continue to fill the void in the interest of justice and because they take pride in their work. They are the gods who make the wheels of justice turn, and the department should look after them better. In your department's defense, I have to say that where I have taken up such matters with civil servants in your office and with the Deputy Minister, I've always received good reaction and assistance, and I thank them for it. Minister, I will step off this topic in a moment to focus on 2 other matters, but before I do, I want to stress again, when the wheels of justice stop turning, it is those in need of justice most who suffer. There are 2 matters which I wish to address further. The first is the role of sheriffs, based on a matter from my constituency, which I believe you are familiar with. A sheriff, rumored to have connections with the former Premier of the Free State, has 5 criminal cases pending against him. The police are either unable or unwilling to find him, so much so that I recently had to forward them the newest address, as if I am some Columbo. He attached, as sheriff, the property of citizens, misused their vehicles for his own personal use, and did a string of other criminal deeds. The victims, the public, cannot claim for damages against the Board of Sheriffs before all avenues to obtain the money from the sheriff himself have been exhausted. The police are unable or unwilling to find him, and we are at a dead end. In a recent court judgment, it was found that his dismissal was procedurally unsound, and he was reappointed. A sheriff with 5 criminal cases pending against him as the person tasked with assisting the administration of justice, and you as Minister are unable to intervene. Surely, Minister, this must be addressed urgently. We cannot have rogue sheriffs out there. We have to put checks and balances in place to deal with unethical and criminal behavior on the part of sheriffs, or to at least hold the Sheriff's Board accountable if they fail in the task in the best interest of the public. The second matter, which I want to focus on in the limited time that I have, is that your announcement during the budget speech in the other place about the increased digitalization of components of the justice system. In any modern society, this should be welcomed. However, if the fiasco during September 2021 taught you anything, it should have been what I have been warning you all about for years in Parliament. You need secure computer systems before any of this can work. Don't, I beg you, do not embark on this for the sake of saying you are making progress if the necessary security is not in place. And I guarantee you, security-wise, your department is not currently ready for it. Not only are you dealing with the personal information of citizens, but you're also becoming more and more dependent on technology. You need a team behind you that understands the technology and how to safeguard it. CETA is not doing your department any service. If you disagree, I would advise you to make frequent use of white hat hackers that can continuously point out and report to you the flaws in your system. The result, I promise you, Minister, would shock you. Cybersecurity is going to become one of the biggest threats to your department in the coming years, and you need to invest in expertise that goes with this technology, not only in the technology itself. No government department can hold so much information of persons and rely so deeply on technology and then put all its trust entirely in entities like CETA. It would be reckless and irresponsible. There are many people with less than noble intentions and interests who have a vested interest in a great part of the information that your department holds. If we embrace technology, which we should do it properly and carefully so that it makes justice more accessible and easier to administer fairly. Anything falling short of this would be the opposite of justice. I am still of the opinion that what this country needs is a cyber commissioner accountable directly to Parliament that can oversee such matters, and I would welcome the engagement from you or your deputy on this matter. It will have to be driven from within the justice cluster. This proposal may seem expensive and impractical, but considering that 94% of all businesses in the country have been the victims of phishing attacks, the fact that such attacks cost the economy and the state alone billions of rand each year, and the fiasco that you yourselves experienced in September 21, the pros far outweigh the cons, and the expensive and impractical, with the help of facts, becomes essential and affordable. Finally, Minister, your department has seen an increase of 515 million in its budget. Our criminal justice system is broken. Everyone, in particular the national prosecuting authorities, under-resourced, and you are not being helped by an ineffective police system. Not a cent can go to waste, and we need to start attracting expertise and retain talent. We do not have years to turn it around. We are all, every single South African, waiting for justice to be seen to be done. I hope, with all sincerity, that the justice that will be done in the coming year will not be, to quote George Bernard Shaw, a case of justice is justice, though it's always delayed and finally done by mistake. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mikalakis. I will now invite Honorable Mvogo, Eastern Cape MEC Finance and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, and greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and Honorable members. Honorable House Chairperson and members, it is my singular honor and privilege to address this august House representing the government of the Eastern Cape in this budget vote on correctional services and justice and constitutional development. These are two of the most vital cogs of South Africa's criminal justice system. One provides accessible justice, mainly for the victims of crime, restoring their human rights and uphold the rule of law, while the other contributes to a just and peaceful and a safer through effective and humane incarceration of the offender, but critically rehabilitates the offender and gears them up for harmonious return to their communities when they have finished their sentences. those who are not sentenced to life in jail, of course. What is abundantly clear is that the justice and constitutional development side of things, at least in the Eastern Cape, is doing very well. So well that nationally, Eastern Cape as a region is the most overcrowded, with the inmate population sitting at 162% of our capacity. We are followed by the Western Cape and Gauteng, with a distant 148 and 142%, respectively. There are plans in place to reduce the overcrowding in line with the overcrowding strategy. Further means to address the overcrowding challenge involve engagement with other regions or provinces in this context for interprovincial transfer in terms of equal distribution of inmates. Stakeholders are engaged on the relevant platforms to effectively deal with referrals to court based on the length of detention, to placement of accused under supervision of a probation officer or correctional official, 3, amendment of bail conditions on account of prison conditions, and 4thly, community-based sentences. Allow us not to get into the contentious issue of parole for the purpose of this session. Honorable members, there is no denying the impact of the outbreak of COVID-19 virus, which in its infant stages virtually forced the entire world into a hold. And the correctional services and justice and constitutional development were not spared from the death and devastation as a result of COVID-19. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 back in 2020, the province has had 1,526 confirmed positive COVID-19 cases of officials, with 1,485 recoveries, 35 deaths, and 6 active cases. In terms of inmates, we have had 1,570 confirmed positive COVID-19 cases, 1,547 recoveries, and sadly 15 deaths. There's one active case from St. Albans management area to protect employees and inmates against the risk of severe COVID-19 diseases has followed a total of 2,925 officials were vaccinated, inclusive of nurses who were appointed on contract in the province, where 14,502 inmates have taken the jab in the province. And we continue to encourage more to vaccinate through the Vuma vaccination campaign and conducting awareness and screening at all access points. Ladies and gentlemen, Eastern Cape has successfully spent the budget that was allocated during the last financial year, largely equipping our correctional centers to make them self-sustainable. Agricultural machinery and equipment has been produced to enhance production of agriculture products which will be consumed by offenders, thus minimizing costs. A special salute has to go out to our correctional services officers and senior managers for the work they have put in to reduce the number of escapees from our correctional centers and even from our courts. Honorable Chairperson, as we mark 26 years, almost to the day of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, we are confronted with the reality that we cannot legislate consciousness. For the Constitution to live up to its promise, all of us are required to employ its principles. We are required to live to its expectations. Every citizen must be an active citizen. Every citizen must reaffirm in their consciousness that we are the people who recognize the injustices of the past. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, MEC. I now invite Honorable Mtsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. The economic freedom fighters reject the proposed budget on correctional service. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa requires the Department of Correctional Service to protect the right of all offenders, including the right to human right dignity, freedom and security of the person, satisfactory accommodation and adequate medical care. The department is also mandated by the Constitution to offer and implement a rehabilitation programs to offenders imprisoned by the court of law. Yet this department falls short of its mandate to fulfill of reasons including corruption, poor management, lack of resources. We reject budget of department which is responsible for the shocking condition of our prisons. Inmates and reminders detainees experience extreme overcrowding in prisons, inhuman living condition, shortage in educational service and shortage of educational staff, as well as social workers and psychologists within the Department of Correctional Service. As early as the year 2014, Portsmouth Prison in Cape Town was operating at the 238% occurrence. The overcrowding of correctional centers creates conditions which undermine rehabilitation program of offer to offenders and make it impossible for any correctional lessons to take place. The issue of overcrowding is a concern to note, especially when one takes into account the high rate of infection disease such as HIV/AIDS and TB, which is higher than in the general society. The department is also known for its deplorable prison conditions, such as inadequate healthcare service, reports of unrest and rage which often emerge inside our prisons. Prisoners often go on hunger strike, setting fire to mattresses and clothes and damaging of prison property. Prison conditions do not only threaten the health of prisons incarcerated within them, but also that of prison staff who are also at risk. Prison staff also often engage in protests due to conditions which they have to work under. In the Voorburg prison in the Western Cape province during the lockdown, supervisors went on strike in response to management unwillingness to disinfect the institution and provide support for temperature. The high rate of violence in gangs make prison a very dangerous space to be in. The prison have become breeding ground for hardened criminals. They are centers in which the collusion between convicted criminals and prison officials produce the bloodiest of crimes. We reject the budget of department which falls to provide inmates with conditions with lack of human dignity. We reject this budget. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mutsamai. I'll now invite Honorable Mkiva. Honorable Mkiva. If Honorable Mkiva is struggling, we'll go straight to the Deputy Minister of Constitutional Development, DM Honorable Jeffrey.
Thanks, House Chairperson, honourable members. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development has a national footprint of regional offices around the country, one in each province. As the NCOP ensures that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government, I will, for the purposes of this debate, give more detail of the work being done by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development in the respective provinces. Magistrates' courts are at the very coalface of our justice system. It is vital that these courts, which are often the first port of call for the dispensing of justice, are well capacitated and functioning optimally. The Minister of Justice and Correctional Services recently made 158 new magistrates appointments in vacancies around the country. And let me just also stress these were not, while the positions were vacant, there were acting magistrates in those positions. So it's not as if we suddenly had 158 new warm bodies. Anyway, these magistrates assumed their duties on the 1st of October last year, and the filling of these vacancies is an important step in capacitating our judicial officers and our courts so as to enable them to deliver justice to all. Interviews for regional court magistrates are currently being conducted by the Appointments Committee of the Magistrates Commission. Our department has also begun the process of consolidating and rationalizing the provincial offices to act as one department and not as several independent units. So court services, the Master's Office, the State Attorney, the Family Advocate, etc. The rationalization of the magisterial districts in the Eastern Cape, the Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape took effect on the 1st of April this year. The new magisterial districts in these provinces will largely follow municipal boundaries and will thus ensure that people have easier access to the magistrates' courts. The House Chairperson, high levels of gender-based violence, sexual violence, and domestic violence are tearing our communities apart. And what makes it worse is that very often the crimes are perpetrated by a person close to or known to the victim, like a family member, a friend, a teacher, or a neighbor. In the Free State, we hosted 2 successful Under the Tree dialogues. We have specifically set up these dialogues to engage with men and boys. Men and boys are crucial if we want to change toxic attitudes and beliefs that lead to violence against women and children, as they can change the narrative in our communities in relation to how men treat women. Men and boys can discourage and prevent other men from harming women. Men can teach young boys during their formative years to respect and protect women and girls. Every woman in our community is somebody's mother, somebody's daughter, or somebody's sister. None of us would be here today if it wasn't for women. But despite this, studies have shown that patriarchal value systems are still prevalent in South African families and communities. Some men believe that male dominance and male entitlement is the norm. Some men still believe they have the right to a woman's body, that they have the right to treat a woman as an object, and that a woman means yes when she says no, or that domestic violence is a private matter. These are the attitudes we must change, and this is what our Under the Tree dialogues aim to achieve. In the Western Cape, the department has filled 144 posts for the region and conducted more than 800 training interventions. The Western Cape is also the only region to attain 80% representation of women in senior management positions. All the directors, as far as I recall, are women. The regional head is a man, but all the directors under him are women. In the Northern Cape, the modernised and digitised justice services platforms, or ModjaPay cashless court solution through point-of-sale devices were deployed at all our courts in the province. Water tanks were also installed at the Kimberley High Court, the Griquastad, Hartsvater, Douglas, Port Nolloth, Carnarvon, Kenhart, Britstown, Richmond and Prieska Magistrates Courts, and the Family Law Centre in Kimberley, in order to improve our on-court sittings and avoid postponements due to water shortages. The department also procured and installed an additional mobile court at Da'ar Magistrates Court after part of the building was damaged by a fire. In addition, we procured accommodation for the National Prosecuting Authority in Da'ar and for the Family Advocate in Uppington. At Springbok Magistrates Court, we've created safe space for a safe waiting area for members of the public, and we're attending to the upgrading and installation of generators and water tanks at Kudumane Magistrates Court. In Mpumalanga, we've installed a borehole for Kabokweni Magistrates Court and made progress with the implementation of the extended public works program at the Mbombela High Court, the Evander Magistrates Court, the Middelburg High Court local seat, and the Kwamhlanga Court. In the Eastern Cape, we're continuing with the renovation of the Mthatha Magistrates Court, with the facility upgraded to enable the establishment of the Sexual Offences Court. We've also successfully established 2 new commercial crime courts, one in Mthatha and one in East London. Other key projects in the Eastern Cape include the implementation of the new magisterial districts, as per the recent rationalization project that I spoke about earlier, the upgrading of infrastructure for the establishment of a sexual offences court at Lusikisiki, and the installation of a water backup system at Makanda. Members may be aware that the scarcity of water in Makanda has had a significant impact on court backlogs. Other existing challenges which are receiving attention include network connectivity for courts located in deep rural areas. Cellular connectivity is often poor, so providing mobile data for officials is insufficient. Another challenge is sourcing suppliers for the most needed services in the rural areas. Some of the courts are in a poor state. Given that the staffing capacity has been increased and that delegations for expenditure have been increased, we are hopeful that this may assist in this regard. With regards to travelling distances, the Eastern Cape and many of our other rural provinces have periodical courts. These courts provided only criminal services in the past, but with these courts recently being proclaimed in April 2022 as full-service courts, this will increase the services being rendered to communities. In Gauteng, the commencement of the expansion of the Soshanguve Magistrates Court started in the last financial year and is expected to be completed by the end of March 2023. This will see the areas of Loate and Winterveld incorporated into Gauteng, which will ensure there's alignment with provincial boundaries. Lenasia and Boyson's Magistrates Courts have been proclaimed as full-service courts, which allow communities to access all services which were rendered at the main courts. Other projects planned for Gauteng include the proclamation and rollout of services in Diepsloot, where 2 courtrooms will render family law services. We will also be procuring park homes at Soweto as an interim measure, whilst waiting for the approval of the construction project with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to expand access to services for the communities around Soweto. In Limpopo, there's been an enhanced focus on domestic violence cases with the establishment of the Domestic Violence Cases Management Team. In terms of this, a database with phone numbers was compiled specifically for after-hours emergencies. The court managers were tasked to apply for standing overtime approval for court clerks to assist victims after hours. The Rapid Response Initiative was also established to track how long it takes to process domestic violence cases. Courts with the highest numbers were identified, and these were Thohoyandou and Sekhukhune, and form part of the Rapid Response Initiative project. The project was a success as it proved that cases can be disposed of in a matter of days. This initiative is now being rolled out countrywide. With regards to the Northwest, one of the main projects for the year is to ensure that there are practical directives for maintenance and the establishment of a maintenance forum. The practice directives aim to create a uniform way in the province as to how maintenance matters are handled and to guide the newly appointed maintenance officers. With regards to KwaZulu-Natal, a major challenge is the distances for travel as well as the conditions of the roads that are used to access the over 70 courts in KwaZulu-Natal. The Honourable Chair of the Select Committee took a part of my speech because I was going to be speaking about the refurbishment of the bus that will be converted into a mobile justice office. So I won't go into further detail on that. Chairperson or House Chairperson, on the issue of the renovation of courts, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which is responsible for the work, has been experiencing problems on some of these projects. At times, challenges stem from disputes with the contractor, which is what happened at the Musina and Lusikisiki Magistrates Courts, and there are regular engagements between the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure on these issues. I know that the Honourable Mikalakis and other members of the Democratic Alliance like attacking their former member, Minister Patricia de Lille, but I think that she is rising to the challenge of addressing a lot of the problems that Public Works are experiencing. Honourable members, our Minister also spoke about the Year of the Community programme, which our department launched. And we're once again reminded of the vital importance of government being visible and active within our communities. The best way to know what communities are experiencing and what they require is to hear it directly from them. In the same way that Parliament conducts oversight work, government departments should monitor the situation within our communities. Where things are not working, we need to know and we need to address it without delay. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM. I'll now invite Honorable Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, Honorable Holomisa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Ozi Lamula, Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mr. JJ Jeffrey, Honorable Shaik and members of the Select Committee, MEC amongst us from my province, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, Acting National Commissioner of the Department of Correctional Services, Inspecting Judge, Justice Edwin Cameron, members of the NCCS, ladies and gentlemen, this year, 2022, the National Youth Month and Youth Day will be celebrated under the theme, Promoting Sustainable Livelihood and Resilience of Young People for a Better Tomorrow. On 25 August 1998, the founding president of the Democratic Republic of South Africa, Mr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, Adalbuk, on the occasion of the opening of Mthonjeni Youth Correctional Center, had this to say: the Department of Correctional Services has instituted outreach programs to involve the community. Parents must actively participate in the process by motivating their children. We all need to join hands to rescue these youngsters and transform them into worthy and respected citizens of our country. We owe it to them and we owe it to ourselves. Young people themselves must play their part. Through dedication, hard work, and commitment, they can help themselves. In doing so, they will also help counter the atmosphere of entitlement that is too often leading young people to abuse what you are doing to equip them to become the leaders of tomorrow. Close quote. Honorable members, during this month, as part of equipping our youth, correctional officials and inmates, we will continue with our oversight visits to the various management areas to gain first-hand experience of the challenges facing the staff of correctional services who operate at the coalface of our operations, that is the correctional centers, as well as to engage with the inmates. Coupled with these visits, we'll also undertake a number of community outreach initiatives. On 21 and 22 June 2022, I will undertake a visit to Bethel Management Area in the Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest region to ensure that as the executive, we foster a conducive working environment for our employees to be able to discharge their duties unhindered and motivated. As part of our visit to Bethel on 22 June, in support of the Presidential District Development Model, together with provincial and local government, and in conjunction with Nkosi Mthethwa of the Madabukela Traditional Council, we will launch the Deputy Minister Youth Empowerment Initiative with the main goal of using the agricultural skills repertoire at our disposal to empower the youth as far as possible in the areas in which we operate a farm, and in so doing, tackle the challenges of youth unemployment and food insecurity. I will elaborate on the exciting partnership with the Madabugela Traditional Council shortly. The vision of this initiative is to provide a platform in which the youth could be attracted to farming through focused training, capacitating them with the skills required to propel them towards meaningful economic opportunities and to becoming successful farmers in their own right. On 29 June, we'll undertake a working visit to Uppington Management Area in the Free State Northern Cape region, where a victim-offender dialogue session will be coupled with the establishment of a vegetable garden and the handover of a sports field to the learners of Baone Intellectual Disability School in Kuruman. Correctional facilities in this country offer a wide range of developmental activities and opportunities. Through external partnerships, we can double the impact we are currently making and get the young to benefit from the technical and vocational training centers focusing on agricultural projects. This says that we can be more pragmatic and champion the district development model as we hold an advantage of being located in almost every city, town, village, and location. Honorable Chairperson, the advantage that we hold is that we have production workshops and an array of skills development projects where inmates acquire necessary expertise in order to improve their lives, but equally be of benefit to local communities. As a department, we venture into different arenas and seek to make a difference. As a way of proving an impetus to what I have just said, we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Marcus Mbeta Sindisa Secure Center, which will see inmates in Uppington manufacturing coffins, which will be donated to indigent families who are struggling to bury their loved ones. In this instance, the Vet Great Barrier Municipality and the Department of Social Development are also key stakeholders to ensure the success of the project. As a traditional leader myself, I have been advocating for a closer working relationship between correctional services and the institution of traditional leadership. One is therefore encouraged by Nkosi Mthethwa, who welcomed DCS in reviving the working relationship for Amakaya Farm and Amkondo Municipality. This working relationship has seen 50 hectares of land being availed to the Department of Correctional Services for purposes of self-sufficiency and sustainability. A total of 25 hectares will be worked to benefit Amakaya Farm and 1 hectare for youth development. What is to happen in the matter of few days is that correctional services will plow and plant. The produce will be processed for maize meal. What makes this venture progressive is the fact that more land has been identified, and this will increase the number of hectares being availed and will be used for the purposes of training community members. A number of schools across the 9 provinces continue to benefit from our Back to School campaign, where we do not simply clean and start vegetable garden, but we refurbish classrooms and furniture. However, assisting schools whilst leaving out vulnerable members in those communities may not be sound. Hence, we have made it a duty that through the offender labor program, we reach out to different households and institutions. An elderly woman at Amalinda in the Eastern Cape, looking after a 12-year-old grandson with cerebral palsy, is today living in better conditions as correctional services manage to source donations for a wheelchair, a washing machine, and sustainable provision of napkins. We also had to build a ramp and refurbish the house. This is not an isolated or accidental project. 3 offenders skilled in bricklaying and construction have completed building a house for a female pensioner in Swellender. This is a decent house with ablution facilities, a gesture that will change the old lady's life forever. We must send a word of appreciation to the Swellender municipality, which partnered with us when we're working on this project. This is a clear indication, ladies and gentlemen, that we all have a role to play in taking South Africa forward. Working together, we will defeat poverty and build stronger communities. Our doors are open to other institutions as we work with various communities in addressing the plight of the vulnerable, the unemployed, and society at large. I'm confident that working together, we can conquer the challenges confronting our people, improve the lives of all South Africans, and work together with better communities. The department continues to be confronted by an increasingly challenging environment, considering the socio-economic conditions presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. The vaccination rollout within the department is being monitored through the established Vaccination Rollout Coordinating Committee. The virus makes no distinction of place, race, or culture. Hence, vaccination is bulwark against the pandemic in correctional facilities, just as anywhere else. The vaccination program is critical to achieve DCS population immunity, to protect employees and inmates against the risk of severe disease, and to enhance occupational health and safety by stemming the spread of the virus. The department recorded a total of 23,426 officials and 116,364 inmates who have been vaccinated as at 25 March this year. Honorable members, allow me to direct your attention to budget allocation per program. With respect to Program 1 administration, 11 billion rand budget reduction over the 2021 medium-term expenditure framework will continue to have a negative effect on the funded establishment of DCS during the 2022 MTEF. The department is currently engaged in the alignment of the organizational structure with the approved service delivery model. The department is also seized with multilateral engagements with organized labor on the shift pattern system. Based on the outcomes of the engagements with stakeholders, the shift patterns may require additional funding. In terms of Program 2, incarceration, the implementation of the COVID-19 special parole dispensation during 2020-2021 and 2021-2022 resulted in a reduction in the offender population of 14,005 as at May 28, 2021. Despite the reduction of the inmate population, most correctional facilities remain at overcapacity. As at 31 May 2022, the national inmate population was 145,013, whilst the approved accommodation is for 108,804. This translates to an overcrowding level of 33.28%. In addition, the number of persons in the system of community corrections is 59,213, comprising 50,595 parolees, 7,791 probationers, and 827 awaiting trial persons. Of the 59,213 persons in the system of community corrections, the DCS regional breakdown for the average caseload is as follows. In the Eastern Cape, 10,714, Free State Northern Cape, 7,097, Gauteng, 10,554, KwaZulu-Natal, 12,828, Limpopo, Mpumalanga Northwest, 10,169, Western Cape, 7,851. With regard to Program 3, rehabilitation, the department will continue to strengthen collaboration with external service providers through regular engagements and in line with service level standards. The implementation of the self-sufficiency and sustainability framework is one of the department's strategies aimed at developing and utilizing state assets to reduce costs incurred by the fiscus and generate revenue for the department. During the 2021-2022 financial year, 80% of sentenced offenders with correctional sentence plans completed correctional programs, and this will continue in the current year. With regard to offender development, offenders participate in long occupation skills programs short occupational skills programs, TVET college programs, general education and training, further education and training, and the grade 12 National Senior Certificate offenders also receive psychological, social, and spiritual services. The rehabilitation program is expected to spend 7.1 billion rand over the medium term, which is 9.1% of the total vote allocation, of which 54.147 million rand is allocated for the implementation of the self-sufficiency sustainable framework. The average growth rate of rehabilitation from 2021, 2022 to 2024, 2025 is 3.6%. The offender development sub-program is allocated 53% of the program allocation over the medium term, and it is projected that this sub-program will have a growth rate of 4.5% from 2021-2022 to 2024-2025. Through program care, through program number 4, that is program care, DCS ensures healthcare provision, which contributes to the attainment of the universal sustainable developmental goals in meeting the health needs of the inmate population. In the context of the current budgetary reductions, the department will increase its interaction and collaboration with relevant stakeholders for capacity building to ensure comprehensive management of health conditions of inmates. Program 5, social reintegration. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected the execution of social reintegration processes, resulting in reduced physical monitoring of offenders and restorative justice through victim-offender dialogues and victim-offender mediations. Integration with district and regional models will be prioritized to ensure accessibility of services to parolees and probationers. In contributing towards safe and empowered communities through sustainable economic development, one of the strategic focus areas of DCS is the successful reintegration of all those under the care of the department. The department will continue to enhance existing strategic partnerships and establishing new partnerships in order to advance its projects. To this end, the social reintegration program is expected to spend 3.5 billion rand over the medium term and 89.3% of the total budget of the program, amounting to 3.1 billion rand, which is allocated to the supervision sub-program. Through the social reintegration framework, the department seeks to create platforms and avenues for active participation and involvement of various stakeholders in the advancement of rehabilitation and social reintegration. Framework maps out processes to reposition the system of community corrections by professionalizing core functions of social reintegration, actively engaging the community and relevant stakeholders in the rehabilitation process, as well as providing interventions and services that are responsive to the risks and needs of parolees and probationers to eliminate reoffending and improve public safety. As a country, we are at a stage where transformation is non-negotiable. We need to move ahead more rigorously with progressive social and economic transformation. This must include responding to the disparity in skills between the various sectors of our society, which continues to condemn many of our people to the margins of our economy. Program Chair, let me just respond as a one-liner to the rejection of this budget by the Honorable Member Mutsamai, who, when lamenting the fact that a lot of the services are not being granted to their full extent, still continues to say money must not be allocated. That is like cutting your nose to spite your face. What then if he succeeds in rejecting this budget? What will happen to the little that we're able to provide if that is the case? In any event, Honorable Chairperson, we are not expecting much from a party of that nature. Indeed, none of us are free until all of us are free. I believe in our lifetime that you can build a society where all people are and feel safe, However, it requires a joint effort together to realize the ideals of the society.
Point of order, Chairperson.
It is my belief that our youth have the power to break the cycle of crime. I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister, let me take the point of order. Honorable Plain, what is the point of order?
No, you can't say to the party of that nature. That is wrong. It's wrong. I don't think the Honorable Deputy Minister is right to use that word. Can he withdraw that, please?
That is not a point of order, Honorable.
It's a point of order. You can't say to the
Minister?
party of that nature. It's wrong, Chairperson. The party of which nature?
Honorable.
If you don't know your identity, it's not for me to tell you.
No, you can't do that. You are wrong. You are wrong. Don't say that.
Honorable Aplin.
It's wrong.
Honorable Aplin. The Honorable Deputy Minister never mentioned a party by name, but let's allow him to conclude his speech.
No, fortunately,
Point of order, Chair.
I've already concluded my speech. Thank you very much, especially those who support this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I'll now invite Honorable Mkiva. Hopefully your network is okay. Honorable Mkiva.
Sihlalo mntakanyambi ndingame ndakhetha indawo engathi nezibane ezithe qabavu ndiqiniseke ngayo ngombane. Uyangixolela yiyo lento ubona engathi kuyadanyaza bemva kwami. Mandibulise kuwesihlalo, ndibulise kumalungu abekekileyo alendlu. Ndibulise kumphathiswa osinika injobe ebandla namhlanje Minister Ronald Lamula. Ndibulise kusekela mphathiswa uDeputy Minister John Jeffries. Ndibulise nakuDeputy Minister inkosi uphathekile Holomisa. Kumalungu ethu akhoyo Acting National Commissioner, compatriots, comrades and friends. The African National Congress rises in support of the budget vote. The ANC's attainment of political power in 1994 and the adoption of the new constitution brought about a paradigm shift in the functioning of prisons in our country. The ANC's government efforts have been to convert the inhuman colonial and apartheid prisons, which dehumanized inmates, feeding a culture of violence and despair, into correctional centers. As you all know, honorable members, that prisons were used as weapons to basically erode the humanity of our people. When we took over the reins of power, we did our best to do the opposite, and this is what is being put forward here by this department. And a lot of work has already done towards that direction to ensure that these are centers of rehabilitation rather than places to throw away people. The prison system was militarized in the 1950s. WADAs adopted military-style uniforms and ranks and developed the use of convict labor for the development of the country in building roads, harbors, and in the mining work. Past law breakers served to increase the supply in available labor. The prison system was also used extensively from the 1960s to detain people without trial and those who were convicted of crimes related to apartheid opposition. Under the regime of apartheid, the main objective of prisons was to keep inmates out of the community. In conformity with the racist ideology that underpinned the system of government of apartheid as a whole, Black prisoners were separated from white prisoners, and their conditions and treatment was especially very poor. The transition of the 1990s offered to South Africans an opportunity to shape their views on crime and punishment. Articulating the vision of the country, the ANC's Ready to Govern document stated that a prison service for the country must play its part not simply in restraining convicts, but in rehabilitating them into responsible citizens in the country. The ANC asserted that adequate resources should be made available for the humane accommodation, education, training, and job placements of convicts. The ANC warned that the failure to do so would lead to expenditure on an ever-increasing number of new jails. The ANC remains committed against any inhuman and cruel punishment. Honorable Chairperson, in keeping with the celebration of the 25th anniversary of our Constitution this year, it is perhaps important to remind ourselves that Section 35(2)(e) of the Constitution guarantees every detained and sentenced prisoner the right to be detained under conditions that are consistent with human dignity, including at least exercise and the provision of adequate accommodation, nutrition, reading material, and medical treatment to communicate with and be visited by person, spouse, or partner, next of kin, chosen spiritual counselor, and chosen medical practitioner. Section 2 of the Correctional Services Act 111 of 1998 states the following. The purpose of the correctional system is to contribute to maintaining and protecting a just, peaceful, and safe society by 1. Enforcing sentences of the courts in a manner prescribed by the Act. 2. Detaining all offenders in safety custody whilst ensuring their dignity. And 3. Promoting the social responsibility and human development of all offenders and persons subject to community or community corrections. In 2004, the Department of Correctional Services adopted a white paper on corrections as a document which lays out the vision for the department. The 2004 white paper takes what is entrenched in the Constitution to a higher level, in that it defines rehabilitation as the core business of this particular department. The Constitution provides the minimum standards of humane detention, but does not articulate a right rehabilitation services for offenders and prisoners in particular. As the Xhosa saying goes, awukho umgqomo wokulahla abantu. There is no dustbin to throw away human beings, roughly translated. Rehabilitation plays a critical role for the realization of the NDP's priority number 5 on social cohesion and safe communities. Chapter 3 of the white paper details that corrections is a societal responsibility and envisages that members of the public will support internal rehabilitation program. Yiyo lonto mhlale ngaphambi ubona kwimagumbi okugcinwa abantu abonileyo kufumaniseka into yobana ukhona ukungenelela kokubana kubekho imidlalo eyenziwayo eyamene nenkcubeko ukuqinisekisa into yobana kukho unxulumano phakathi kwabantu abapha kwesasiseko sokubalungisa bobaluleka izimilo nomphakathi ukwenzela uba bangabuyi bezingonyama koko babuye bengabantu. The department is placed at a tertiary level. The objectives of this process, as I have indicated, is to ensure that we rehabilitate our people into responsible citizens. The minister indicated today that during the devastating floods in KZN and the Eastern Cape, which resulted in the loss of lives, homes, possessions, and hope, inmates, through the Department of the Correctional Services, self-sufficiency and sustainable model, contributed towards the social relief efforts. The Department of Correctional Services donated vegetables, eggs, meat, milk, and bread to needy families who were affected by these floods. We are aware of the economic climate in our country as well as the world over. It has been reported that the Department of Correctional Services has been able to take off items such as eggs and pork from their procurement list in the past financial year. More items will be added in this list as a result of the implementation of self-sufficiency. The minister also indicated that the Department of Correctional Services workshops have been capacitated with the latest technology to enable them to produce inmate uniform, staff uniform, and shoes in large quantities within their own facility and their own instruments. Through this model, the minister also reported that the National Treasury has approved 100% retention of revenue generated by the Department of Correctional Services, and these funds will be reinvested towards programs contributing towards self-sufficiency. The Department of Correctional Services will receive 26.1 billion in the year 2022 and 2023. This is an increase of 0.64% or 165.4 million from the 2021-2022 budget. The allocation is projected to increase, Honorable Chair, to 26.7 billion over the medium term of the year 2024-2025 financial year. The ANC has been and remains an advocate of self-sufficiency and skills development. Through skills development, meaningful contribution into the economy is possible. Chairperson, offender rehabilitation and reintegration are a vital component of a comprehensive and holistic crime-fighting strategy. Despite this, research shows that upon release from prison, ex-offenders are faced with a myriad of challenges that weaken the possibility of reform and predispose ex-offenders to recidivism. Research shows that upon release, offenders are plunged into an environment that is different from the prison environment, and they struggle to cope. Furthermore, given the dynamic and ever-changing nature of society, ex-offenders who spend long periods in prisons are released into an environment that is very different from their former environment before imprisonment. This poses a serious challenge for the reintegration of offenders. Given that successful reintegration of offenders is central to crime reduction, it is important that the science of offender reintegration be thoroughly understood. A deepened understanding of offender reintegration allows professionals, the family, and communities to better support the adjustment of offenders upon release, which in turn reduces the chances of recidivism. The reintegration of offenders back into mainstream society is unsettling for many people. There is some marked resistance to accepting offenders. Such stigma defeats efforts of rehabilitation of offenders and disadvantages both the offender and society. It is for this reason that Program 5, Social Reintegration, must be given the necessary attention. Reform and reintegration of offenders should always be the ultimate aim of incarceration. Honorable members and the House Chair, there is criticism to offender rehabilitation for having little effect on reforming offenders. It should be noted, however, that the high rates of recidivism amongst offenders should not necessarily be used as an indicator that rehabilitation and reintegration do not work. Rather, it is the most insurmountable difficulties that the offenders face upon release that force them to resort to a life of crime once again. One of the difficulties ex-offenders face in mending family and community relationship goes exactly to that point, given that when ex-offenders are rejected, their most likely sources of conduct will likely be fellow criminals. Peer pressure and influence from such friends also lead to them going back to their old ways. This perpetuates rather than prevents the crime. Family and community support are therefore very key to ex-offender reintegration and rehabilitation. The triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment is one that persists and affects most people. Unemployment is one of serious challenges that face ex-offenders, despite having necessary skills and qualification. Some ex-offenders have raised the issue that the history of criminal conviction and serving sentence has a negative impact on their employment prospects. The Criminal Procedure Amendment Act 65 of 2008 sets out that an ex-offender can apply for the expungement of their criminal record 10 years from the date of conviction, provided they have not been convicted of any other offense during the 10-year period. We are of the view that the department should raise awareness of expungement of criminal records. Chairperson, we are concerned that the budget allocation of the department is not consistent with the white paper on correctional services. As aforementioned, rehabilitation is at the heart of the white paper on corrections. However, about 76% of the Department of Correctional Services budget goes into administration and incarceration, and only 9% to total integration and rehabilitation. We think that the scales in this respect must be tilted in favor of the core business, as the white paper articulates. We are concerned with the number of escapes from the correctional facilities. The department recorded 22 escapes in the previous financial year. However, rearrests were made. The department reported that it has an escape prevention plan in place and monitoring is ongoing with a view of the SOP. The department has plans in place for this financial year to train the entire value chain on security protocols. We recommend the following, Honorable Chairperson and members. The department should continue to work closely with the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services to ensure that inmates are safe and treated with dignity and their human rights are protected within correctional centers. The department should resolve all challenges with the Department of Public Works and enhance its in-house skills to effect the necessary maintenance, repairs, building of correctional centers in all provinces. The department should speedily upgrade its security systems and infrastructure to reduce incidents of escape from correctional centers. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, masingafekethi kodwa siyawubona umsebenzi omhle owenziwa nelisebe. Umphathiswa uthe gqolo rhoqoqo ukuqinisekisa into kokubana intilongo ayizozixhobo zokubana abantu balahlele kwalunqwe. Koko yinto eyindawo yokulungisa nokuqeqesha nokululeka izimilo zabantu ukwenzela into yobana njengoko sisebenzisa isintu into endinoyibiza ngento yobana i-restorative justice yiyo that we are promoting rather than retribution. Sifuna ukwenza into yokubana abo bonileyo babuyele emphakathini bengabantu abangcono kunaba bengenile ngaphambili. I-ANC iyayeseka le budget ithi mayiye phambili kwaye izabulela mhlali ngaphambili.
Thank you, Honorable Mkiva. I will now invite Honorable Hadebe.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, Honorable Chairperson, on consideration of the Department of Correctional Services' latest annual report and budget, it is undeniable that the issue of overcrowding and bed space at our correctional services remains a critical issue, demanding prompt action. Although the IFP welcomes the report by the department regarding the building of new correctional centers and upgrades to facilities, such as Mtonjaneni Correctional Center, much more needs to be done. It also took a pandemic of global scale to prompt the department to take action and address overcrowding to some extent. According to the latest report of the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, the impact of the special dispensation authorized by the President to bring forward parole dates of 19,000 non-violent incarcerated persons in May 2020, coupled with directives on measures to prevent the spread of the virus in January 2021, undeniably had a direct impact on reducing overcrowding. In March 2020, the national overcrowding rate, according to the report, was at 32%, whereas in March 2021, the rate was massively reduced to 23%. This is an enormous accomplishment. However, it begs the question of why it took a pandemic for the department to take action and address a long-standing explosive situation. We cannot applaud the department for its efforts, as it denies the hard fact that this reality has been compounded over years. On consideration of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development's budget and latest annual performance plan, the IFP remains highly concerned about aging infrastructure and the dire state of the office of the Master of the High Court in specific. The Master's office, which experienced a serious blow due to cyber attacks last year, performs critical functions for the public. Any delay in its operations has a dire effect on the public. The IFP, furthermore, welcomes the increase in the budget of the National Prosecuting Authority, especially in light of the massive task it faces in prosecuting state capture cases. We, however, submit that considering the scale of corruption, much more funding will be needed over the next 2 years to ensure the NPA has any chance in success. May 2022 be the year where we finally see those implicated in state capture finally being prosecuted. Honorable Chairperson, finally, the IFP accepts the budget vote of the Department of Correctional Services and the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pungane. I will now invite Honorable Labuschagne.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, and Honorable Ministers. With the dawn of democracy, a part of this department's name was changed from the Department of Prisons to the Department of Correctional Services. The vision of the department, on paper at least, changed from incarceration as a strict form of punishment and no more to a vision of rehabilitating inmates and setting them on a path to a more constructive future within our society. As a former social worker, I had a lot of respect for this. I believe passionately in the goodness of human beings and that people are not only bad. But rehabilitation can only succeed if the circumstances are conducive for this. I often fear that this is the Department of Correctional Services only on paper, and that the old Department of Prisons, with the old mentality, structures, and policies are still continuing. The core reason for my observation is supported by the fact that rehabilitation, which should form a core part of this budget, only makes out the second smallest allocation in this program. Only 9% of the total allocated budget. Yes, there are some exceptions that the department can point to where rehabilitation programs are being rolled out and where inmates leave the correctional facilities with skills that against all odds help them to turn their lives around. But these, Minister, are a small fraction of those who enter and eventually leave. Many facilities across the country are nothing more than just that, prisons, where inmates arrive and leave with no life skills learned. Young people who are not hardened prisoners, never receiving the guidance they need to make any valuable contribution to our society. This is part of the reason why our reoffending rate is 80-70% according to NICRO. We take criminals and make them hardened criminals through our prisons and the circumstances in them. Instead, we should be taking offenders and make them responsible, valued, and rehabilitated citizens that can give hope and inspire others facing similar traps that they have faced. Chairperson, I want to go back to my initial statement. The department is that of correctional services just in name. How many of the findings of the Cameron report have actually been addressed in the past 7 years since it was released? Not only at Paulsmoor, but in every single facility in this country. Overcrowding, unsanitary conditions, undernourishment, and most recently, Justice Cameron exposed that this department is practicing solitary confinement, which is illegal. Behind the talk of democracy and rehabilitation and the worth of the individual, I cannot see the difference between these circumstances and those that the apartheid government put people through. It is inhumane and it is not working in our society's favor. The Mandela Protocols carry the name of a South African president. It should be at the heart of our correctional services program, not only on paper, but in practice, and it is not. Now, put a young first offender under those circumstances in a prison with hardened criminals and see what happens to them. You ruin their lives. It is not rocket science, it's a basic social understanding. You have inherited 28 years ago, granted, a system that was not focused on changing for the better those people who entered it. That is not your fault. The fact that this system is still running after 28 years, that is your fault. The prison system needs to be reconsidered and rehabilitation placed at the core of what it does, and we are not going to get this right by continuing on the current path. That means that the budget cannot and should not simply be tweaked here and there based on the increase or decrease of funds available every year. It means that you will have to have a zero-based budget that will have to be redrafted from scratch, not around what last year's budget was, but around what your core priorities and objectives are. And then we as a parliament will have to have a serious debate about the decriminalization of lesser crimes and alternative forms of punishment that will see those who have not committed serious crimes such as murder, rape, and corruption placed elsewhere than in the middle of a lion's den, where all they are taught is to be successful criminals. We can and we should put rehabilitation at the heart of what gets done in our correctional facilities. For justice to be done, it should pass the investigations at the SAPS and a fair trial in our courts. Justice in the criminal context is served only once it reaches the stage of correctional services and is administered successfully. What is the successful administration of justice? It is firstly where the perpetrator pays his duty for the crime he committed, and secondly, where the perpetrator is helped, where possible, to be reintegrated into society and be productive and law-abiding citizen. Without these two factors, you have failed justice. Chairperson, this brings me to the parole boards. In recent years, we have heard worrying reports of decisions made with regards to the granting of parole. Just yesterday, the media reported on a discussion of a portfolio committee on SAPS crime stats, where a member of parliament stated that it was found that people on parole are committing crimes again. The National Commissioner of Police Services put the blame for this phenomenon on the parole boards. This surely raises a few serious questions. How many individuals were in breach of parole conditions over the past few years after being released, and should that be considered to be a reflection on the judgment of the boards? How many of those released committed serious offences after being released? What are the minimum professional requirements for members serving on these boards? On that note, can someone tell me, is Shabir Sheikh still sick? Or is he well and kicking? Does Jacob Zuma has the same malady? Chairperson, if we look at the contribution that correctional services makes in the justice equation that I set out earlier, I fear that very little this department does has me thinking that justice has been served. The vast majority of victims would agree, and ironically, the vast majority of inmates who perhaps could have had some fighting chance to be better than just criminals would agree most of all. We would be eager to support any initiatives that rethink the way this department's budget is put together. Initiatives that put rehabilitation at the center of what it does. I fear that this year's budget is not that, and I will continue to deliver more and will continue to deliver more of the same. It is an opportunity lost, and that really is a shame. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Dodovu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session, Honorable Minister Ronald Lamola and your deputies, members of the House of the NCOP, compatriots and friends. The preamble of the Constitution of the Republic clearly articulates that its adoption seeks to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values as well as social justice and fundamental human rights. As we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the final Constitution and the Bill of Rights, it is important to remind ourselves that the struggle for liberation was the restoration of human dignity. It was for justice, freedom, and equality. The ANC's 1943 conference, Honorable Chair, endorsed the Bill of Rights. From that moment, became an official position of the ANC, informing all of its members and society of a vision for a new South Africa. The drafters of our Constitution did not draft from a position of ignorance. They were guided by the Africans' Claims document of 1943, a document which withered the storms of colonialism and apartheid and still finds expression in the final constitution. Unlike in the present day of our constitutional democracy, courts during apartheid didn't have the power of judicial review by which they could determine the legality of acts of parliament. Instead, courts were confined to interpreting legislation. The Bill of Rights would be meaningless if our courts could not enforce it. One of the landmark cases decided by the Constitutional Court, Honorable Chairperson, is that of S versus Baloyi. In this case, the court held that the state had a constitutional duty to provide effective remedies against domestic violence. Penning this judgment down, Justice Albissex indicated that read with Section 7.2 of the Constitution, which obliges the state to protect, respect, promote, and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights, as well as Section 12.1 of the Constitution, which oblige the state to protect everyone's right to be free from private and domestic violence. The right to bodily and psychological integrity, the right to dignity, the right not to be tortured in any way, and the right not to be treated and punished in a cruel way, in an inhuman way, in a derogatory way, also oblige the state to deal with domestic violence. Honorable Chairperson, our courts remain critical for enforcing and defending of rights of people and of dispensing justice. They have played a pivotal role in protecting the rights of women. The courts have consistently highlighted that women are a vulnerable group whose well-being and safety is precarious in our patriarchal society. This arises from facts linked to historical oppression and exclusion from economic activity. Our courts have developed rich jurisprudence which offer a gender-sensitive and socio-political approach to such cases. Honorable Chairperson, it was the German philosopher Friedrich Engels who argued that the evolution of society was characterized by a decline from matriarchal societies where ownership was communal and production processes were egalitarian in nature. As new societies evolved, they were characterized by the emergence of classes and private property, and later the location of power in the state. Once these societies were established, sexism, racism, class inequalities, and other forms of discrimination and subjugation began to emerge. Our National Development Plan states that vulnerable in society feel and are safe from crime and violence and the condition that breed it. This is quite important, taking these processes forward, Honorable Chairperson. Safety, therefore, in this regard, refers principally to the state of an area and is determined based on the real and perceived risk of victimization. And safety, therefore, refers to areas of characterized by the significant prevalence of violence and crime. The main objective, therefore, Honorable Chairperson, of our national democratic revolution based on the understanding that I painted is to attain a non-racial, non-sexist, united, democratic, and prosperous society. And this is what we must pursue in preservation of justice, in promoting justice, and in ensuring that at the end of the day, our cause function very effectively to the realization of such objectives. While there's been immense progress, Honorable Chair, in the emancipation of women in South Africa through legislation and other means, since the advent of democracy in 1994, women remain disproportionately represented among the country's poorest. And this is a matter that needs to be given the necessary attention. Women are also in the lower ranks of the economic ladder, and this must also be attended to. The gender divide is wide, and this is a matter that needs to be attended to. This makes the ground fertile, therefore, Honorable Chairperson, for patriarchy and the subjugation of women to thrive, to prosper, and become better people in an egalitarian society, as I pointed out above. The economic empowerment, their economic empowerment is critical, is a critical factor which should contribute to achieving gender equality, and this must be taken forward. Unleashing the entrepreneurial potential of women, which drives growth through innovation, education, training, and job creation, are some of the most effective ways to ensure lasting empowerment of women. Despite the fact that we have made strides, there are still challenges that are facing women in this respect, and this must be advanced in line with the policy imperatives of our government. I therefore say, Honorable Chairperson, capitalism and patriarchy are twins which are breeding ground for gender-based violence. And therefore the President declared GBV, gender-based violence, as the second pandemic that must be attended to. The first one, it was COVID-19. The second one is this one, of ensuring that we address issues of gender-based violence in our society. Therefore, the backbone of the fight against GBV are the sexual offences courts and the tribunals that has been established, especially the Tutuzela care centers, which were introduced to focus on the speedy adjudication of cases involving crimes and sexual offences in specialized courts, which are equipped to deal with these unique and yet heinous crimes that are perpetuated in our society. Honorable Chairperson, the responsibility of ensuring that those responsible for committing gender-based violence are brought to account rests on the entire criminal justice system that is effective, that is proper coordinated, and that is working. Therefore, our courts are the final arbiters in matters involving gender-based violence. Hence, it is quite critical that our cause must be empowered, must be made effective, must be enhanced to perform this particular function in the way that will ensure that we realize these particular objectives. While strides, Honorable Chairperson, have been made to curb gender-based violence and violence in general, women, children, and other vulnerable groups still do not feel safe. The crime statistics are alarming. Courts alone cannot alleviate this problem, let alone eliminating the scourge from our own society. We need a multi-pronged strategy to ensure that we achieve these particular objectives. The concerted efforts, therefore, of all South Africans, government, private sectors, faith-based organizations, traditional leaders, youth organizations, women organizations, and community at large is needed in this fight to ensure that we defeat the gender-based violence that is perpetuated in our society. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC government remains committed despite all these shenanigans and everything that the opposition parties are saying. The ANC government remains committed in a very, very unflinching way in the fight against crime and corruption. And the results are showing that we are dealing with this scourge within our society, and our president is leading the onslaught to ensure that we achieve that. Our young minister, our energetic minister, is also putting up the necessary instruments and necessary processes to ensure that we deal and we fight against crime and corruption within our society. And that is welcome. That is very much important. And these efforts must be enhanced, they must be supported, and they can be supported when the justice and criminal and crime prevention strategy and the cluster thereof is working very effectively in a very coordinated way to fight corruption and fraud in our land. Honorable Chair, it was reported that a total of 36 million rand in 2022-23 was to be invested in the ICT in institutions that includes the Investigating Directorate, Public Protector of South Africa, and the South African Human Rights Commission. And all of these institutions, irrespective, especially the Public Protector, belongs to the state, is accountable to this department. They cannot move out of that because they were created as Chapter 9 institutions that must promote and protect democracy, and no individual is above this particular institution. And if you misbehave, if you deviate, if you do anything that is contrary to the mandate of this particular institution, you will be suspended. And we welcome any effort by the president and the minister to ensure that those who do not lead these particular institutions properly are dealt with, but that must happen within the parameters and the framework of the law. And that is very much important, Honorable Chairperson. A total of 426 million over the medium term to intensify the fight against corruption and ensure sufficient capacity for the investigations and prosecution of criminal cases emanating from the state capture is quite important. Many people will wear overalls. Many people who acted with impunity, who didn't disregard their jobs, who didn't take their jobs seriously, will be dealt with as in line with the Zondo Commission report. And we call upon the department to coordinate this particular matter effectively, to support the endeavors of the president to deal with those, because they can run, but they cannot hide. And the people of South Africa deserve to know the truth about what has happened with their monies. Monies which were meant to alleviate poverty, money that was meant to fight corruption, money that was meant to address the issues of jobs, money that was meant to build houses, water, and any other service that is important for the benefit of our people. And this must be dealt with. And lastly, as I indicated, Honorable Chairperson, as the department, as a CA committee, we are happy. As the ANC, we are satisfied. We support all the efforts and the initiatives to fight crime and corruption in our country. And therefore, based on this, we support the department, we support the vote of this particular department. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tojovu. I'll now call upon Honorable Jeffrey, Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Thanks, House Chairperson. Unfortunately, the Minister is speaking last in the presidency budget debate in the National Assembly, so he's asked me to do the closing or to do the responses. Let me just raise, with regard to correctional services, that there were concerns raised particularly by Honourable Matsumai and Honourable Labuskaghni. To Honourable Labuskaghni, it's a quite different department to what was there before. The department has done a lot to, as the Minister had spoken about and the Deputy Minister, assist neighbouring communities, building schools, vegetable gardens, etc. Yes, there is overcrowding. Part of the problem is, or part of the issue giving rise to it, is the number of sentences which have minimum sentences imposed because of the high crime rate. But basically, as far as I understand and the department understands, 99% of people on parole comply with the conditions of their release, which only leaves 1% who don't. But the department is working hard on ensuring rehabilitation. The matric results for offenders are very impressive. And the department has also worked hard to ensure that escapes are limited. It's been the escapes currently are the lowest that they've been in 25 years. Then on issues relating to justice, the COVID has had a impact an obvious impact on court backlogs and the administration of justice, as it has with the issues of parole. That it was more difficult for officials to go out and check on offenders meeting parole conditions. But the one thing that we did was ensure that all the courts were open, even during the harshest period of lockdown. On the issue of that Honourable Mikalakis raised on the sheriffs, look, as you are aware, the disciplinary aspect of sheriffs rests with the South African Board for Sheriffs, which is an independent body. The minister is limited to following the acting on the recommendations of the board and cannot act on his own. I think the issues that Honourable Mikalakis raised relating to the concerns regarding IT are well noted. It is something that we are concerned about. On the issue of the master's offices that a number of speakers raised concerns about, yes, they did suffer from particularly the COVID period when they could serve fewer people because of the numbers being restricted in the building, and then also from the IT ransomware attack. It is something, though, that we are concerned about and want to ensure that better services are delivered because they are not actually adequate at the moment. And members can help in their oversight work in terms of reporting to us problems that are received. To the Honourable Mikalakis, you spoke about clerks using their own cell phones. I'd like to get details of which courts these were in. Then on the issue of expungements that Honourable Mkiva raised, the expungement process was only developed quite recently with amendments to the Criminal Procedure Act. When that act was passed by Parliament about 10 years ago, the law of the legislation, I think the report from the committee in the National Assembly had said that the Minister of Justice needed to do an investigation into the expungement processes. It was referred to the Law Reform Commission. Unfortunately, we didn't like their recommendation, which was instead of an administrative process of expungement, all expungements should go to court. We didn't feel that was practical and affordable. So we are concerned, and I know the Minister himself is particularly concerned about how long the issue of expungements and the restrictions that people face not being able to get jobs with criminal records. But Chair, in closing, I'd like to thank all the members for their contributions. Let's work together to ensure better services, better access to justice for the people of South Africa, and better services in the correctional facilities for the people of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable DM. Honourable members, that concludes the debate. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Honourable Lamula, Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, Honourable Holomisa, Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Development, Honourable Jeffrey, Special Delegate MEC Vogo, all of you for participating in this very important budget vote. That concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned. Thank you.